Watch to the second.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll reconvene from closed session at 4:01. There is one set of meeting minutes on the agenda today. Are there any errors or omissions for the November 18th, 2025 regular council meeting minutes?
Nope.
No, seeing none.
Move adoption.
Councillor Hoare moves that the minutes of November 18th, 2025 regular council meeting minutes be adopted as presented.
Second.
Councillor Mafty seconds. All in favour? None opposed. That carries. The first bylaw is titled Ucluelet Housing Actions, Housing Accelerator Fund Zoning Amendment Bylaws, number 1386, 87, 88. It will be presented by Tyler Brown, Director of Planning and Strategic Initiatives, Nancy Henderson, and Aaron Penner from Urban Systems.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to Council. I'm going to turn it over quite quickly here to Ms. Henderson and Mr. Penner, but this is follow-up in direction from the November 4th, 2025 Council meeting, where Urban Systems and staff presented on an update regarding the district's Housing Accelerator Fund agreement and the actions that are in that agreement identified to be completed for 2025. Quite a few of those projects were identified, but what we're going to present on for these three here are the rental-only zoning, to rezone 9 lots from R1 single family to R2 medium density, and a rezoning amendment to permit accessory residential dwelling units in the VR1 zone. I'm now going to turn it over, but before you tonight is 3 readings of the bylaws, and if those were passed by council tonight, would return in January for adoption. So over to Ms. Henderson and her team here.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Just as Mr. Penner gets everything set up, I'll just start, and I'm going to hand this one over to Mr. Penner shortly. So as mentioned by Mr. Brown, we want to bring forward the items to facilitate the implementation of the HAF action plan as per the agreement. We are taking quite a streamlined approach to this based on the timelines associated with the agreement. And we will also sort of illustrate how there's a second phase, which will provide additional time as well as some time for significant community engagement as well. And we have the opportunity to continue to refine these initiatives through the phase 2 of the zoning bylaw update. So the purpose today is to provide the background information and rationale for the amendment bylaws. And also we have a subsequent presentation regarding a community engagement strategy for phase 2 later on the agenda. I think when we think of this project, we're initiating the HAF action plan, but we do have this second phase. So this initiative that we're doing tonight is essentially before the second phase of the project, which will be taking place from January to approximately June, where we'll be doing a full review of the zoning bylaw and doing engagement on 3 other initiatives. And then with that, we'll have a significant engagement opportunity as well. So tonight, Aaron is going to provide the remainder of the presentation regarding and starting out with pre-zoning appropriate lands for multifamily housing. I know council has heard and received some letters from the community. So I think it's important before handing it over just to talk about why and like why these properties. And really where we identified these properties was based on looking at the official community plan and that these sites were already identified multifamily in those sites, and then further research looking at the proximity to daily needs, groceries, the school. They're really great opportunities for some infill multifamily housing And then we've also looked into like the likelihood of development of these properties. There are already dwellings on all of them. However, they're fairly large lots, and there's maybe some opportunities for infill at the rear of the yards, and potentially other developments over time. So we do expect development on these sites should council proceed with rezoning to be quite incremental in time. And we do, from our experience, it's hard to comment on this based on every specific situation, but from our experience, when you do increase density on properties, it tends to have a upward influence on property values and not a downward influence. And I know people are concerned about that, but from our experience in other areas, that's usually what happens. And I think if you looked at some of the R2 zone properties in the neighborhood, you would see comparable or higher property values in accordance with BC assessment as well. So just setting the stage there a little bit for why, and I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Penner to take you through the presentation.
Yeah, thanks, Nancy. Happy to be here. I'm just going to walk through a little bit more detail of the amendment bylaws. So as Nancy had mentioned, the subject areas are designated multifamily residential in the OCP. The rezoning is from R1, which is a standard single-family zone that applies broadly throughout the district, to R2, which is one step up in density and ground-oriented multifamily housing. So it is the lowest density multifamily zone that's currently in the district's zoning bylaw, and the thinking behind that was this is kind of an incremental step. It won't be probably leading to development that's not necessarily compatible in the neighborhood context. And another part, which I think we briefly saw in the past map, was there are other R2 parcels already in this neighborhood, and they're fairly well integrated. There's even an R3 across the street on kind of the northeast there, small townhouse property. So it doesn't seem that it would be incompatible with the existing neighborhood character to go to R2. Just in terms of engagement, based on the Local Government Act, there is a requirement to notify of first reading. A public hearing is prohibited by the Local Government Act for a zoning amendment bylaw of this nature, due to this being compatible and in line with the official community plan land use designations for the parcels. That said, there was a desire to inform the property owners ahead of the required notice of first reading. So a letter was provided to the owners of these subject parcels. It outlined kind of the background, the rationale for this change, as well as invited them to meet with Director Brown if they had any further questions or wanted a little bit more detail. This is just an overview of the area, the subject parcels across the street from the school. I'm sure you're all familiar with the area already. On the left, we have the OCP land use map as a base map. So the orange is multiple family residential. You'll notice that these parcels have that designation, and the designation carries up along U Street for the length of U Street. Yeah, that's that. So I'll walk through what exactly the details of a change from R1 to R2 mean on the ground. So for the permitted building forms in the R2, they're the same as R1, but you also have duplex as well as multiple family residential dwellings. Minimum lot size is the same between the two zones after this change. I'll note that we are amending the text of the R2 zone as well to make it a little bit simpler. So whereas previously the minimum lot size for a duplex or multiple family residential was slightly larger, we've just made one minimum lot size to provide flexibility and options regardless of parcel size. The maximum height is the same, 11 meters, which typically would max you out at 3 stories. Accessory buildings, 1 story. Lot coverage is similar, 5% more in the R2. Probably the most noticeable difference would be in the floor area ratio, which is the ratio of permitted floor area to the land area. So it's quite a bit larger in R2, but I will note that 0.7 is still considered a relatively small FAR for any zone. There's even single family zones in other jurisdictions that would have a higher floor area ratio than 0.7. Setbacks are similar. So really the key difference is that floor area ratio, but it would have to fit within a similar building envelope, so similar lot coverage, similar height, to result in a similar built form, essentially. So it's more about how the interior of the space is divided into multiple units rather than only one, or one and a secondary suite in the R1 zone. So this isn't an R2 parcel, but it is an example of a conversion from a house to a fourplex just down the street from these subject parcels. Although design may be subjective, it's just a good example of what something like that could look like. It's not necessarily, multifamily doesn't necessarily have to be a large apartment building. It can look similar to single family with just a different breakdown of how the interior is split. So another amendment bylaw that we're bringing forward today for your consideration is to amend the VR1 zone to make it a little bit more flexible. And this is to fulfill the half action to require an accessory dwelling prior to permitting a short-term rental. So we have taken an approach of trying to open up more options within the VR1 zone. This applies to, there's only 19 parcels in the district that have a VR1 zoning. The existing VR1 zone does not permit accessory dwelling units. So one of the key changes is to permit accessory dwelling units, which are permitted throughout the town within the R1 zone. So it's kind of just modernizing to make consistent with the rest of the district in that sense. And then another key change is the existing VR1 zone limits the short-term rental to be within the primary dwelling unit of a home. So this change would make it so that the permanent resident could be living in a secondary suite or an accessory dwelling unit, and then have short-term rentals split however kind of they see fit between the permitted units. A major benefit of this is just that if there's somebody who's kind of earlier to home ownership, it would provide an opportunity to live in a smaller unit and have rentals or short-term rentals in the larger units to potentially bring in a little bit more income to pay for the mortgage. This one, again, we've provided notice of first reading, and public hearing would be prohibited based on our interpretation of the Local Government Act. And then the third zoning bylaw that's part of fulfilling these half actions is number 388. This is to apply rental-only zoning to existing and future rental housing developments. So we've identified 3 purpose-built rental housing parcels within the district at 1332 Eber Road, 1398 Helen Road, and 1450 Short Road. These parcels are all currently zoned R2. So this amendment bylaw would restrict the use of the existing apartment buildings to their current use, which is rental tenure. The key benefits of rental tenure zoning would be long-term maintenance of the rental housing stock and fewer situations where a tenant could be legally evicted, which leads to improved security of tenure. This is just a map showing the location within the context of Ucluelet. So 1450 Short Road is just adjacent to the school, and the other 2 on Eber and Helen are kind of just adjacent to downtown. So with the three bylaws, there's quite a few recommendations. So we can leave these on the screen for when we get around to those, or flip back and forth between slides if needed for any questions. Before I pass it on for questions, Nancy, is there anything that you wanted to weigh in on before questions? Okay. Yeah, we will welcome any questions now at this point.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Penner. We'll do these one at a time, obviously. 1386, that's rezoning 9 lots from R1 to R2. I did notice that one of the changes in doing this is that currently the single-family dwelling would need to be demolished in order to build a multifamily unit, and this change would allow the existing building to not have to be demolished. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes, the few details of how units could be built have been shifted to provide that flexibility. Yes.
Great, thank you. Questions for Mr. Penner?
Can I just clarify? I do believe it's 10 lots, not 9 lots.
That's correct. It is 10 lots. There was an administrative error in the council report stating 9, but it is in fact 10. Thank you, Councillor Hoare.
And this rezoning will not affect their property taxes if they do nothing, correct?
We can't say for certain how it might affect the land value, which could influence property taxes. But our understanding is that the actual property tax classification is based on current and existing use. So it wouldn't change to, our understanding is that it wouldn't change to like a commercial or multifamily property tax rate.
But there's the potential for the property to increase in value based on this zoning and the opportunity to increase density.
That would be correct, but I believe my my colleague Nancy may want to weigh in.
Yeah. Madam Mayor, I mean, there's a potential, generally BC assessment looks at value when there's a change. So if there's a sale or a renovation, I mean, they're looking at assessments every October. But when our experience, when the change happens so slightly, they tend not to really impact values. But if anything, I mean, there could be a slight increase in assessed value.
Great, thank you. Look to councillors for questions.
I've got comments about 1388, but I'll wait till we get to that one. 1386, I'm okay with.
I'll make a couple comments if you don't mind.
Councillor Noel?
Yeah, obviously, there's some letters tonight from some of the residents. Obviously, it sounds like a big change. Nobody wants the building that you shown in your on Larch Road to be built beside them tomorrow. I can appreciate all their reservations. I know that I did participate in the OCP when that got changed, and we knew the back of Larch and Matterson was going to get to this spot where density would be available to homeowners, and quite frankly, if there was an applicant that was before the building, the planning department up before today, there would be a high probability that a detached dwelling would be approved due to their location. So I'm supportive of it, but I think as some of the residents that probably live on there, and some of them have been there their entire lives, I think it does feel like a big change, which it would be, whether it's 24 months or 24 years from now. I think. And I don't know how to do that, Richard, is the fact is, if something like this has moved along, how do you protect those residents that sidewalks and egress and all that are something that are going to be looked at? Because there was a couple of other examples that were presented about other R2s in the neighborhood, and a lot of them don't have sidewalks. We put in density and let the developer do its work. I don't know if that needs a motion, but I definitely just want to, for the record, state that, if we are going to be adding density to areas, that we need to make sure that sidewalks and egress getting in and out of these properties is important, rather than just making a driveway and finding that acceptable. I think that's probably some of the things. And in particular, when you look at the people that live on U Street, there's the same potholes that we've been playing floor hockey on for 50 years. And I think when they look about the benefits to their particular neighborhood, the town has grown significantly. And I know that one of the applicants or one of the letter writers, just even when the high school was demolished and a new one went in, just the fact that he's been there for 56 years and just the way the wind came across the field, it changed things, right? So it's change. And for some of us, we've lived here our entire lives, right, Joe? And so it's a bit of a change, and I think we have to kind of find that delicate balance. So for me, it's a caveat of just really, if we're going to be encouraging this kind of stuff, I really want to go back to the planning department and public works going, sidewalks matter, egress matters, and to quit driving over the same potholes for 25 years. And maybe people will have some better buy-in. That's probably my biggest comment. I'm supportive of this. I'm reluctant about it, but I know that at the end of the day, these lots are massive. And I know there's a property for sale currently that's in this zone here. And I remember speaking to Brandon a few times about that, or a number of years ago, about the fact that he probably, he set up perfectly to build another unit behind his house. And so we're here now. And I think this is just formalizing it. So I'm supportive of it. I just really want to make sure that we do our part as a community and a district, respecting the neighborhood best we can with amenities that they currently don't have.
Thank you, Mayor. To Councillor Knoll, I'm going to ask Ms. Henderson to provide some comment on that, and then if that's not enough, I've got some other thoughts.
Through the chair to Councillor Noel, I think one thing for council to consider with respect to like level of service standards, road standards, and sidewalks is that Phase 2 of this project also includes the review of the subdivision servicing bylaw that was also supported by council in November to move forward. And that's the bylaw that would trigger frontage improvements at time of subdivision or building permit. So when we come back to council to go through the subdivision servicing bylaw, those standards and the level of service and what triggers that to take place will be a consideration of council.
If I can, Your Worship, I think that kind of, as we leap forward here to the couple of units that we're perhaps going to be zoning as rental only, I think, again, as good stewards, we need to look at some of these multifamily rental units that are provided to the community, and if successful, we'll be here, indefinitely. But again, I think back to your point there, I think we have to do a better job. These apartments have been there for 50 plus years. There's no sidewalks to them. People walk in the middle of the road. And I look forward to the report, but I think that it just, as we go into the budget, our budgets in the future here, if we're going to be, making rental only, increasing density, we have an obligation furthermore than just getting the staff report about how to build them. We need to budget it and we need to do it, and we need to start doing it because, you go in front of the elementary school at 8:20, it's chaos and kids are walking down the middle of Helen Road. They have been for 50 years. And I think that if we're going to be doing this kind of stuff, I think we'd have an obligation just to, look at how people are walking around and maybe get them off the middle of the road.
Thank you, Mayor. Back to Councilor Noel again. Tonight, we're also bringing forward our DCC bylaw, which is also shows the DCC projects, of which some are heavily funded by development, but also a lot of are also heavily funded by the district. And so some of those also specific projects on mobility and sidewalks, trails that are on or along the roadways, accesses that way. So hopefully some of those will address that. But I also believe we need to, once we get through some of these changes, the subdivision plan and some of these others, is coming back to council with a bit of an update. Where are we with our sidewalk improvement program?
Great, thank you for that.
Any other questions for staff?
I said I had no questions, and I don't. But if we're gonna make comments, I just wanted to acknowledge the letters that came in. Virtually all of them had a lot of really clearly laid out questions, which I'm hoping that if those questions haven't been answered already, they will in the course of this meeting. But to echo some of the points raised specifically about how the increase in density is going to translate into an increase in foot and vehicle traffic and the concerns that we just talked about. My own perspective was that at this point, what we're really considering are the mechanisms of a rezoning. That doesn't necessarily mean that these changes are going to happen overnight with no associated increase or attention being paid to the infrastructure around the building. So I just wanted to assure the people that wrote in that this isn't a decision about whether to change the zoning and not change anything else. And so I think that there's a clearly demonstrated interest from council to make sure that with an increase in density comes an increased focus on what the neighborhood itself looks like. And hopefully that's going to put some of these concerns at ease, specific again to the increase in density, because I know that there are separate concerns about the rental only and trying to compartmentalize here, but I just didn't want the people who wrote in to think that, oh yeah, well, whatever. I think it's on everybody's radar.
And I think staff did reply to most of those letters. Is that right, Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Mayor, and through you, there's sort of two streams of letters came in, some directly to me, and anything that came directly to me, we of course tried to answer as best, but then there was also a shift to that community input box, which we packaged for you and encouraged if folks had concerns that wanted to make their way to council. So if there is lingering questions, happy to follow up with particular residents and just also try to highlight for residents that in the greater context, coming in the spring, there is, sort of the development framework in general in the district. The project in the spring is to modernize it all. So that includes, of course, your DCC bylaws tonight, and that will include the zoning bylaw and the subdivision servicing bylaw, making sure that not one change is happening that's going to result in unintended consequences or a lack of infrastructure development. If it should be triggered by development, we'll absolutely make sure that it's captured in those future bylaws.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brown. And it could be that none of these 10 property owners do anything to increase density. This is just affording the opportunity for density to happen on those 10 properties. So just wanted to make that clear. It's not an overnight thing or even a sure thing. It's just an opportunity. It's setting the table.
If I can just briefly add through the mayor, it's also my understanding that if this was never on the table at any point, any one of those property owners could approach the council of the day and request a zoning amendment to do exactly what this is just preemptively giving them permission for. So it's not a directive to go out and fulfill a new obligation. It's just formalizing what would have already been on the table.
Exactly. Thank you. Seeing no other questions, there are
The camera's on.
there are 3 recommendations. The first 3 on if anybody wants to move those.
Are these for the first one? Sorry, Madam Mayor.
Yes. 1386. I'm just doing one at a time.
Yeah, I thought so. Okay, perfect. Do you want me to jump in on that?
Sure, if you can, please.
Sure. I will move that District of Ucluelet zoning amendment bylaw number 1386, 2025, a bylaw to amend the District of Ucluelet zoning bylaw number 1160, 2013, be read for a first time.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Councillor Mafty seconds. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? None opposed, that carries.
I will further move that District of Ucluelet zoning amendment bylaw number 1386, 2025, be read a second time.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Councillor Mafty seconds. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? None opposed, that carries.
And I will further move that District of Ucluelet zoning amendment bylaw number 1386, 2025 be read for a third time.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Councillor Mafty seconds. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? None opposed, that carries. Thank you. All right, so moving on to 1387. This is the permitting accessory residential dwelling units in the VR1 zone and allowing for the permitted short-term rental use to be in any of the 3 permitted dwelling units on a parcel, so long as one unit contains permanent residence. I love this one personally. I'm all about giving property owners choice, and this gives them some choices while allowing increased density as well. But just giving the property owner a choice, they don't have to live in the largest portion of the house. They can live in the smaller portion and rent out the larger portion. It just gives them choices. So anyway, I'll open that up to questions for staff.
I don't have a question. I have a comment, so I'll wait till the end.
Yeah, comments.
I've often been up here railing against vacation rentals. I recognize that they're an important component of the community, and this is a bylaw that I totally get behind, because I think it deals with an issue that we've had in the past in a constructive, creative way. So, simply put, the way that I see this is it's giving a property owner flexibility to create the best balance for them and for potential rentals. So for me, this one makes eminent sense. It's not adding vacation rental stock to the community. What it's doing is giving property owners flexibility. That flexibility I can only see as benefiting renters. So this one to me is it's a clear win.
Agreed. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Noel?
I'm not such in agreement. I think there's a reason why there's only 19 VR1s. And I'm sorry, there was lots to read here, and correct me, Mr. Brown, if I've read this incorrectly here. But my understanding here in this VR1 would give the property owner, if they have a long-time tenant there, the ability to use the auxiliary dwelling unit for a nightly rental, correct? My understanding is, long as there is a long-term tenant living on the property.
Correct. Yeah. Correct.
Okay, so one of the things is long-term tenant. I agree with the mayor and Mr. Mafty here, but the language of it being a tenant, to me, it's when we're talking about homeowner. There's a distinction between being a tenant or a homeowner. Most of the VR19s in town, I'd say half of them, I'll speak off the cuff, are probably owners probably don't live in them. They're probably just nightlies. Would that language still be in there, that it just has to be a long-term tenant, doesn't need to be the actual registered owner?
Going to go to Mr. Penner just for the exact
Holy man,
wording.
we're going to the big dog.
Yeah.
Through the mayor to Councillor Knoll. It just has to be one permanent resident. That could be either the owner of the property or a long-term renter.
Okay.
Just one of those units has to be lived in by the owner or someone long-term.
Yeah, so no change for me. That's no change. I'd be totally opposed to this. I think that there's a reason there's only 19. Previous councils have fought this for a long time. I think it's great to add more long-term housing, but there's a slippery slope. I think we're creating an opportunity, and the opportunity is something that we've all been fighting a little bit to save our town a little bit. So I think it's great, but I think when we start to allow a tenant to be in there as opposed to the property owner, property owners need rights to be able to do things with their property, but not from the comforts of Victoria. I think it needs to be living at that residence. So I'll be opposed to this change.
Sir, but they have the right to live in the owner can live in the property.
Yeah, or a tenant.
But isn't that at the owner's discretion?
Absolutely.
I'm just trying to understand your opposition.
Well, my opposition is I own home. I create a nightly rental outside, and then I decide I'm going to leave town, which is fantastic, my prerogative, and then I put you in it, and then I give you a discounted rent. You're going to run my nightly rental, and then you're provided a housing opportunity. But the next breath, it does change the dynamics of that neighborhood. If you're living beside it, the owner's not there anymore. You're there running it, and your accountability might be a little bit less to the neighborhood than others. So that's where I'm going. So
okay, I understand.
So it starts off good, but there are many stories out there where tenants are taken advantage of because they're given discounted rent in order to look after a nightly rental. So again, I think in principle it sounds great. But again, for those owners that are technically sometimes absentee or they own more than one, there's other communities that there's terrible examples that this has happened. So for that reason, I'm comfortable with how many there aren't in town. Adding another 55 of these to town changes the neighborhood. So again, that's my that's my opinion. You guys have your right to yours. I think it changes things quickly in a neighborhood.
Councillor Anderson?
I definitely hear what you're saying, Councillor Noel. I respectfully disagree on that one to the point that a permanent resident is a permanent resident in my view. So there's definitely people that if we relegated this decision to people that were homeowners only, I think that would preclude a lot of people from being able to participate in the community and be members here. So I think wherever you go, I looked into this at one point, and legally this is a very difficult thing to pursue. If you wanted to say it could be, it has to be an owner, has to be the principal resident. That can be very sticky. But I think I agree. I mean, you don't necessarily want to have your town owned by people from afar. But it's just that's how the market, I believe, works. And it's really difficult to control that. And a primary resident or a principal resident is still a community member. So in my opinion, it's if it's someone that's renting a place, maybe they can't afford at that time, and they for whatever circumstance they decide to rent, and they're the primary resident. They're responsible for that property, and they have to answer if there was a short-term rental in that building or a secondary suite. Then they have to be accountable for that just as much as an owner would. I definitely get what you're saying, but as far as I'm concerned, I look towards the participation of the person in the community. So if it allows a family to live here, then I'm for it. But I do get what you're saying, but I think a principal resident is a principal resident.
Thanks, Councillor Anderson. That's kind of what I said at the beginning. This gives the property owner some options, and because life changes, and we're all familiar with that, so the property owner may not be able to live in that residence for a certain length of time, but as long as they have a full-time resident tenant living there, then that's an option for them, and I think that's great. Councillor Hoare, anything from you?
Well, I do know a number of people who've been taken advantage of in this situation, where they've been the permanent resident in a tiny little postage stamp of an apartment, taking care of a short-term rental for somebody who lives away. So while I get that it opens things up for people, I worry about that opening, because it's the thin edge of the wedge. And we've had to deal with some properties where that's in the past, where we've had people renting out the entire space other than, as I said, a tiny postage stamp in the basement.
So that would have been illegal then, because up until we allow this to go forward, the full-time resident had to live in a unit which comprised at least 60% of the gross floor area.
No, exactly. It was illegal prior, but it was being done on the sly. But I'm worried that now it could be done legally.
Any other questions, comments? Councillor Noel?
Just the staff there, if you don't mind. We're almost there. The reality that this is before us here, and this is one of the initiatives for HAF, can you explain to me why they felt the VR1 was something that we had to open up?
Through your worship to council, this is taken in the context of HAF. There was commitments or consideration in that application for areas where there were short-term rentals provided to provide more housing options for long-term renters. That is what this is intended to meet and fulfill within that granting application. I will add to that within the context that the around short-term rentals and the conversation around that, as it relates to all types of housing forms and tenureship will be considered very fully in the spring, and that will be a community discussion and a discussion that council is very much involved with to really unpack these considerations beyond just these particular properties and this particular zoning. So this is an opportunity to fulfill the Housing Accelerator Fund commitments for 2025, if that's council's prerogative. But also that's why we've presented council with that work plan that really includes that deeper dive in that community consultation in the spring as we comprehensively visit the zoning bylaw.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Noel?
Because we're not adopting it, you're trying to get it to third reading, and then we're gonna be working on this for zoning, or is the hope that this is presented, passes third reading with adoption in the new year with a work plan on the zoning in the spring?
That's correct. If any of these bylaws are the next two are passed tonight, they would come back in January for adoption, and that would inform, obviously, direction for that comprehensive zoning bylaw update. But that will be a more comprehensive community conversation and a conversation with council beyond just these properties, but including these properties.
If you look at the reason why you're doing this, I think it's wonderful. But the reality is it just gets blurred for me, obviously, maybe even for Mark now, that when you take the owner out of the property and you use it as a possible long-term tenant, and it's great that that owner or long-term tenant can go in the smaller building or the bigger building. I think that's great. I think that makes it a bit more modern. I just my hang up as we try to provide more long-term housing, and I know that you've been handed this can of worms here, just trying to clean things up and clean up the file. That's my only caveat. I know we can always go back to change things. It's just we have a number of half-built houses in town here which have slipped under the radar in a few things, and I just get nervous the fact that putting this forward, I hope there's a building boom next year and maybe they're going to build a bunch of ADUs, but the reality is it does give opportunity for a few properties that could quickly now get zoned VR1. Like I said before, there hasn't been any VR1's applications for probably 10 or 12 years. Because there has been just a bit of a nervousness about changing the landscape of those neighborhoods substantially by having, a long-term tenant, as Mr. Anderson has said, that adds value to the community. But it does put an extra strain on the neighborhood, to the neighbors directly affected that may not have signed up to be beside the nightly. So, I don't want to screw up your plans here, but I will continue my trajectory here where. As presented here in concept, I like it, but I wouldn't support it.
I don't think any property owner has control over what their neighbor does.
Well, they do if they follow the bylaws.
Mayor, if I may, I think Ms. Henderson might also have something to add.
Ms. Henderson.
Through the mayor, I think just going back to the why, we did select these sites, one, because it was 19 properties. Your current zoning bylaw has, I think, 7 variations on short-term rentals, and we wanted to kind of go in with a bit of a thin, direct approach to meet the terms of half and not have a whole bunch of unintended consequences. Knowing that this is a very important topic to the community, we wanted to do that fulsome engagement before we made broad brush changes. And I think it's important for council to consider that you do have complete discretion at rezoning. So if someone else is interested in applying this zone, you have the ability to say no. And the second thing that and Councillor Anderson was sort of alluding to this, but there is legal challenges when you're trying to essentially people zone or determine like who is in a permanent resident, whether that be an owner or a tenant. So there is, I'm not a solicitor, I can't provide you legal advice, but there is some sort of planning law to be aware of. And I think what we'd really like to do is in the second phase is make sure that we have a fulsome discussion, well-researched options, and then bring this back to council when it could potentially impact more properties in the community.
And I believe we're a little bit under the gun for the half program, just to get some things accomplished by the end of this year. So that's another good reason to move this one forward. Any other questions, comments?
Yeah, one quick question and one quick comment from me. First of all, I'm sort of asking this question on behalf of a concerned citizen here, but right now under the R1 zoning, does it not permit for the construction and rental of up to 3 short-term rental properties as long as someone's on site that is not necessarily the permanent owner? So like, doesn't this kind of replicate what's already allowed under a different and much more common zoning?
You're asking me?
I'm posing this question to our director of planning. Through the mayor.
We're having a race here, I think, to who can get to the zone. So if you just give us a moment, we'll.
While
pull
you
it
do
up.
that, I'll maybe just make my comment. The truth is, when this item came up in a packed agenda, I focused a lot on the first bylaw that we discussed because that's where we got most of our community correspondence, and the short-term rental one because that's where the balance came in. And when I read this, the way that I saw it in my good-natured naivete was, oh, this is great. Now a property owner has the option of living in the ADU and renting out the main house. I did not consider what Councillor Noel brought up, which is indeed true, and I think Councillor Hoare spoke to it as well. And I would still support this, but I do think that it's something that we should keep on our radar, and perhaps as we move forward, and when this comes up for more fulsome discussion at the community level, we need to make sure that we aren't creating a situation whereby we're opening the door for someone to buy multiple properties and just cycle people through. Because the other concern I have is that, technically speaking, a long-term rental is 90 days or more. And if you go on the Facebook housing site, you've got lots of these long-term rentals that are basically 3 months. That's not at all addressing the need that I feel that we have in the community. And so that's one strong argument in favor of ensuring that the person in that property is actually the registered owner, who presumably would have the incentive of living here 12 months of the year, year after year. And if they can't replace themselves with someone that will fill that property the same way, then I think the danger is having a short-term rental and a long-term rental that's 3 months at a time or 3 months of the year. And that to me is less appealing, and I hadn't considered that possibility. So I'm still supportive, but with a caveat.
My thought is that the owner would not like to have a 3-month tenant and turn over every 3 months.
But there are lots of owners now that's exactly what they want. Like
But if it's an absentee owner that has a tenant looking after a short-term rental, they would not want somebody turning over every 3 months. It's just not. It's not a good business case.
I would as a counselor, I personally would hesitate to defer these types of decisions to property owners. I think we as a council need to consider what's the best case scenario, what's the worst case scenario, what are the levers under our control to work towards the best case scenario. I think we'd be making a mistake leaving those decisions up to property owners, who often can be quite creative about exploiting loopholes to maximize their profit and are not as invested as we are as elected officials working on behalf of the community to solve our own housing problems. So it's like asking the fox to guard the hen house. They might do a really good job of it, but they might not.
Well, you're looking at the glass half empty scenario. I tend to look at the glass half full. And I think the majority of property owners would want somebody very responsible to be in that situation looking after their short-term rental.
Your optimism is inspirational.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
I'll just comment that the person, whether they're a long-term rental person who is not a property owner who is in that space, does not have the same degree of vested interest as a property owner. So if something does come up, they can, not my problem, because I'm not the owner. And that can be an issue, whether they're there for 3 months or there for a year.
But I think there's also an issue which Nancy brought up that it's kind of tough to say, okay, is this person that's living there full time, is that the owner or not the owner, and what sort of checks and balances are there?
Through the chair, and I mean, this I think points to the need for a fulsome review as part of phase 2, because there's all kinds of avenues that the district could take regarding licensing, enforcement, the phone number available for complaints, that type of things that many municipalities have had to grapple with over the last several years during the STR boom. And that's something that we would like to bring back to council as part of the more fulsome review as well. So I know it's a very important topic for the resort community.
Right. Thank you for that.
Mayor, I think staff also have the answer to Councillor Mafty's first question.
Mr. Brown?
I don't know if we have the answer, but I just want the context here is, as Ms. Henderson alluded to before, how short-term rentals is really kind of a scattershot approach in the district's current zoning bylaw. There's many options and considerations, and it doesn't fit together in a holistic whole. But the R1 zone permits it permits secondary suite, it permits accessory dwelling unit, and it permits bed and breakfast. And the application of the bed and breakfast, I think, has been problematic for the district in the sense of how people are kind of massaging the regulations around that to probably permit more than was intended for bed and breakfast. So that is something that we really want to come back to you with that comprehensive review and address, because arguably there's been some abuse there in how those regulations are being applied, and that is, I think, probably contributing to some of this conversation. I would bring it back, though, to the zoning proposal before you. It is very much focused on very select properties to provide to meet those the Housing Accelerator Fund commitments, and have council consider that. And moving forward, that's really where we want to get back in front of the community and back in front of council in the spring to actually really untangle some of the messiness of this bylaw and come up with a clear approach that makes it very understandable what is permitted in each zone, and just so even council and the community has a clear understanding of where are short-term rentals permitted and was that intended in that form intended. So I don't know if it totally answers your question, but as it does stand now, the R1 zone does permit bed and breakfast, and there has been some creative implementations about what that looks like, as I understand, in the district, and that is its own problem, and I think that's something council should grasp with. But for in front of you tonight is really trying to add more rental and residential options in that VR zone. Thank you.
Yeah, specifically, I and I'm not trying to get in the weeds. I just wanted to clarify that regardless of how vague it is right now, if you're zoned R1, you can still run those accessory uses, those short-term uses, provided that you have a long-term tenant. You don't have to be the registered property owner in that main house to do so. It's not like a gotcha. I just wanted to make sure that...
Absolutely correct, yeah.
Yeah. Gotcha. No, I'm kidding.
Okay, Councillor Anderson?
Yeah, sorry, I always kind of go down this road a little bit here, and I just to put it in a little bit of context, and sorry to drag this one out, but it's my view in talking to, just to put it in sort of a larger picture. I think being a resort municipality, we're put in a situation, this came up a long time ago, where we were given the option to allow these short-term rentals to be in the house. I realize that we're a bit out of balance right now, and that's created quite a bit of angst. But I think that the idea of having the short-term rental is very beneficial. A lot of the people that have them are teachers, nurses, they're people that need that income in there. And because we're a resort municipality, we're not really giving that money stays in the community, then it goes to those homeowners, it lets them pay their mortgage. I think it's a really important part of who we are. We don't have chain hotels here. We don't have money leaving to go to large headquarters in other areas. So I think the short-term rental has been vilified as a bit of a boogeyman. And I don't think it is necessarily what people may be feeling like it is right now, but we're kind of in the situation because we have a lack of long-term rental housing. But I also just wanted to add to the fact that we always want to be a little bit careful about what our lane is here as well, in terms of what the delineation is with short-term rental, mid-term, long-term rental. So after 90 days, that is no longer a short-term rental for sure. And whether someone owns the house or is a primary resident, that as well are two different things that are defined by the province. And that's their purview to do that. So when you want to have a short-term rental, and we sort of get in a situation where we're like, well, I know someone who's doing this. There's lots of people who are doing that. To make a policy based on hearsay or just some sort of conjecture that we're coming up with, I think we have to be really careful about that one, and also not step on the toes of the province that's set this out. So the short-term rental registry is actually incredibly stringent, and you have to have your property registered. You have to pay quite a fee, and it's regulated, it's watched, and any advertisement that you do, whether it's an online platform or your own independent website or whatever your marketing tool is all regulated by the province as well. So if someone wants to break the rule and do 90 days, there's sometimes as a municipality there's definitely levers that we can pull. But I think the province has gone that distance for short-term rental and regulating it up to this point now. So yeah, I just wanted to throw that out there, that I think that short-term rentals are an important part of the community. They help people live here. They help people pay mortgages. I don't necessarily think it's the boogeyman, but yes, I do believe that it's out of whack right now. And but just to go full circle, I think Nancy, Aaron, and Tyler have done a great job in kind of finding a balance here that doesn't hurt necessarily anyone, and it's kind of a win-win. It adds more flexibility, so people do have the VR zoning. Now they actually have a little bit of more room to breathe here, but we're also placating the requirements for the half funding. So I think they did a great job on that one. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Having said that, would you like to move number 4, 5, and 6?
Sure. I lost my place here. Hold on. Sorry. Let's scroll back up. 4, 5, and 6. Here we go. All right. I will move that District of Ucluelet zoning bylaw amendment, I'll start that again. I will move the District of Ucluelet zoning amendment bylaw number 1387/2025, a bylaw to amend the District of Ucluelet zoning bylaw number 1160/2013, be read for a first time.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second it.
Councillor Hoare seconds. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Any opposed? That carries.
I will also move the District of Ucluelet zoning amendment bylaw number 1387/2025 be read a second time.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. I'll second that. Councillor Noel seconds. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Any opposed? That carries.
And I will finally move the District of Ucluelet zoning amendment bylaw number 1387/2025 be read a third time.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Councillor Noel seconds. Any further discussion?
Just a comment. I just want to say thank you for the good dialogue. It was good. I think staff heard some stuff, and I'm glad it's going to be about to be passed here. That's what I wanted. I just think that it makes the process a little bit easier when it's not too easy. These are big topics. I looked forward to the spring. You've set the bar very high, Nancy, so you're going to be around here for lots of time in the spring. So thank you.
Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor? Any opposed? That carries. All right, moving on to 1388. This one I have some issues with. Okay, 1388 would apply rental-only zoning to existing purpose-built rental housing properties and provide a template for rental-only zoning of future rental housing developments. I guess my issue with this is the 3 that exist now. I feel that these people have spent millions of dollars on these properties that are rental units, and they bought them with knowing that the rule was that the owner could move into one if they wanted to, and now we're changing that rule, saying no, you can own it, you can never live there, and I just feel that that's a little unfair for those 3 that exist currently. Whether that means grandfathering them in or not, I'm not sure, but that's my issue with this particular zoning bylaw. Looking for comments. Councillor Mafty?
I tried to get into the weeds on this one, and my understanding is, and I'm looking for the folks in the back to correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding is that this type of approach is really geared towards a situation that we don't have too much of here in Ucluelet. But I grew up in Toronto, and this is something that happened like to an unbelievable degree, where you had rental housing that was being bought up and turned into large market value homes. You know, like I was chatting with Councillor Anderson last night. This happened with like a ton of frat houses and stuff like that. We don't have frats here, but my concern is that we still don't want to find ourselves in a situation where we have dedicated rental housing that is now being removed from the market. Having said that, I completely understand and agree with the people that wrote in and with the people who own here. So what I'd like to see is a formalization of what was sent out in the letter to those three property owners, basically saying that if at any point the property owner wants to occupy one of those units as a permanent resident, they should have the right to do that. Right now, it's sort of implied that they could approach the council, ask for a zoning variance, and say, hey, I'd actually like to live in my own apartment building. But I also agree with at least one of the folks that I chatted with that's kind of it's a hard ask for someone who already has that right. Take that right away and then say, well, I'll come back in 10 years and 15 years and then maybe we'll give it to you. We'll probably give it to you. I don't understand that it would defeat any of the purpose of the bylaw to formalize that the registered owner of that property can occupy one unit as a permanent resident. And I think that satisfies the concerns of the owners. And I think that satisfies the needs of the community. So I'll leave it at that. And if I'm mistaken, please correct me. And if anyone feels otherwise, let me know. But that would be my suggestion of how we can try to keep everyone happy on this one.
Yeah, from how I read it, this bylaw is now saying that the owners of these three property cannot live there.
Yeah. But then the letter that the district sent to them, and I'm not trying to throw anyone under the bus, says you'll have the option of applying for a rezoning if you ever do want to live in it. And I if that's the case, then I think that we should just formalize that. Is there any reason why we couldn't? Why that would be a problem?
Mr.
Mayor,
Barrett?
if we got Ms. Henderson here, but we could do potentially bylaw amendment right now. So, Ms. Henderson.
Through the chair, that wasn't the intent of this zoning. It was more to basically deter the stratification and the sale of individual units. And if council wished to direct staff to do an amendment and give potentially a third reading as amended to provide basically an exemption for the owner of the property to live in one of the units, that would still meet the intent of the zone. It was really about deterring strata conversion and sale of these tenanted units.
That would satisfy my issue. Would that satisfy yours, Councillor Mafty?
100%. I don't own one of these apartment buildings, but speaking on behalf, I can't speak on behalf of the three owners. But it's my hope that would satisfy their concerns as well. I certainly don't know that we could do much more than that. So I know this isn't a public hearing. I know some of them are in the audience, but yeah, I'd be happy with that.
Mm-hmm. Councillor Noel?
I'm pleased with everything I'm hearing. For full disclosure, I did send a predetermined motion to Richard. Hoping, because I think that was my a couple things I flagged was the fact of the rental only, knowing that these are three long-time properties in the community. I too believe that there needs to be a housing agreement and a bit of giving the property rights to the property owner and their immediate family members to occupy the unit without being a violation of the housing agreement. I think that's a non-mover. I think the two of you have already said that, so that's wonderful. If you're supportive of the motion that I have, even better. And the other one that hasn't been brought up, which I did bring up a couple of bylaws ago, was regarding future planning of accessibility, but property tax. The reality is property tax and struggles with that. I'm curious, back to staff here. Are there going to be property tax freezes now that these three properties that hopefully can allow family members to use the units once in a while. Does property tax change for them, or are they subject to changes every year with continuous increases, or is there opportunities knowing that they're providing, I think, places for 50 people in the community? Anyways, back to you about what you think about that, and if you're kind of getting my question.
Yeah, there's a few things there. If you don't mind,
Yeah,
let me
go.
try to unpack that a little bit. If council wished to provide direction to amend the zoning, what we would recommend is to pass first and second, and then a third motion to work with the property owners to allow to create an amendment for consideration in January. So that way we could keep the bylaws moving and also address the concerns and work directly with the property owners to make sure their concerns are addressed. With respect to taxation, it fundamentally would likely stay the same as it is. There would be no change in the residential tenureship of the property.
Any other questions for staff?
Even though,
Councillor Anderson?
Oh, go ahead, Councilor Noah. Go ahead.
just to finish that off, just because he...
Go ahead.
Even though the property owner would be subject to provincial regulations on rent increases and everything else, insurance increases, there is no protection currently with property tax. They're just next 2026, they'll open the envelope in March, and it is what it is. So are you aware that other communities regarding property tax and rental-only units, are there special provisions given to them, or are they just like every other resident in the neighborhood regarding property tax?
I would defer to the CFO if I'm correct
Holy
here,
moly,
but
you're using the whole team tonight.
Unlike other property tax classifications, there is no differentiation within the residential. But I'll turn to our CFO.
Thank you. Through the mayor, I feel like that'd be a tough one. I'm definitely interested to look into it, but we get the assessed values from BC Assessment, and then we apply the rates to it. I don't know if there's a tool to affect that for individual properties without getting into some potential bias and things like that. So I would be suspect, but I'm interested to look into it.
I'm supportive of everything you're saying. I'm supportive of first and second reading. I think that what's important is the important work with the owners regarding what we're hearing, what we've just said, as well as I think the caveat would be understanding if it's a rental only spot here, if there's a special class that maybe that we're not aware of, and that'd be a new year topic.
For council's comfort and confidence, we could, of course, come back in January with that information around just some understanding around how residential taxes would be calculated.
Yeah.
Mr. Harding?
Yes, Mayor, I was just going to mention that there may be some classifications that other municipalities are working on rental only, similar to what you can set your rates for industrial, commercial. Maybe there is some. We just have to explore that and come back to you if that's something. Council would then have to decide what rate you want to put that classification at.
Okay, good. Thank you. Councillor
That
Anderson?
would just be municipal taxes. We could
I
not.
totally
We
get
could,
that,
yeah.
Councillor Anderson?
Yeah, I was just going to jump in. I think everyone's made a really good point here, and you've raised exactly what I was thinking. Mr. Brown and I were on the phone back and forth talking about this. I had concerns, and I talked to a couple of the owners there. And I again, just kind of sleeping on this for the last few days and thinking about it. The one thing that is always kind of interesting to me, sometimes you get, I don't want to call it like sort of a do-gooder thing where the province kind of comes down with this great idea. We're gonna have municipalities adopt this great idea, and we've seen this, time and time again, where hey, we want to build all these homes in your municipality, but then we don't have infrastructure. So we're kind of on the hook for things like that. And I think in this case, I think everyone's heart's in the right place when they came up with it. But I think we have to keep in mind that sometimes there's a balance, just like anything, when it comes to being a landlord and a renter. And there's obviously, politically, there's a lot more clout here to placate renters, because there's obviously, look at the ratio here. You go one landlord to how many renters. So you're always, politically, it's always going to be a good decision to make your renters happy. But at what point are you throwing, I worry that we throw the baby out with the bathwater. And by saying that, I mean, the people that are coming forward to build these multi-unit like apartment buildings, they tend to be the ones that are doing the heavy lifting here as far as having long-term accommodation that's affordable. So I think hamstringing them, especially in the fact that what we're talking about with taxation, increasing inflation, higher costs of building and maintenance, while at the same time having very controlled rent. So you can get in a situation here where I think my worry is that you're actually disincentivizing things like this moving forward. So if anyone here was thinking, hey, you know, I want to buy a patch of land and I want to do a multi-unit apartment building for the good of the town, if it doesn't pencil out and it gets to a point where they say, hey, maybe I want to hand this down to one of my kids and have them live there and take care of the building. You're kind of stripping one thing after another away from any benefit that someone would have to be a landlord in this situation. So I do worry about that, but I think the nature of coming up with the idea to protect the renters, the heart is in the right place on this one, but I just worry that you're disincentivizing people to do it. And then the other thing too is if you did have like non-conforming grandfathering and you had two side by side, one had it and one didn't, now you've got a disparity between the values of those two buildings as well. So I agree that we have to come up with a good system. But I would be all in favor of coming up with a way to have it so that the owners of these buildings would have that type of flexibility that they could have themselves or a family member, a homeowner, be a resident in that building. Yeah, that's my 2 cents on that.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. So from what I'm hearing, we can give first and second reading tonight and then wait for an amendment in January. Is that correct?
No, Council, I believe, or Mayor, sorry, we'll do first and second. Staff will draft an amendment for you for a third.
For tonight or for January?
Tonight.
For tonight, I think that direction would be
Okay.
very much appreciated from council, and I have provided some draft wording very quickly that we might be able to get up on screen here as well, if we get to that point.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments? Would somebody like to move number 7 and number 8?
I'll move that District of Ucluelet zoning amendment bylaw number 1388 2025, a bylaw to amend the District of Ucluelet zoning bylaw number 1160 2013 be read a first time.
I'll second.
Thank you, Councillor Mafty. Councillor Hoare seconds. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Any opposed? That carries.
I'll move that District of Ucluelet zoning amendment bylaw number 1388 2025 be read a second time.
I'll second.
Councillor Hoare seconds. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? None opposed. That carries.
I'll move that staff be directed to develop an amendment to the District of Ucluelet zoning amendment bylaw number 1388 2025 to allow property owners to have the flexibility to be a resident within the zone.
Thank you, Councillor Mafty. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Hoare seconds. Any further discussion?
I'm just. I have in my little thing here, and their immediate family members. And to me, that would, if you guys were acceptable to that, I think that's.
Microphone.
There's a word missing there for me, Councillor Anderson, which was property owner or their immediate family members to occupy the unit without being in violation of the housing agreement. For me, I would prefer to see immediate family members. One property owner, that was who they referred to, and that would give them a bit more. Am I splitting hairs on this?
I think we definitely understand the intent. I would be wanting to run that by legal because there is planning law around how you define a family, what constitutes a family, and whether council should be weighing in on that or even have the legal jurisdiction to weigh in on that. So I think we would understand the intent and come back to you with that. But if council feels more comfortable, we can take that amendment and work with that as well. We would just have the legal advice sought to make sure that we're providing you a bylaw that is valid.
I'm supportive of that, but I would like to see my for me to endorse this, I would like to see that last little caveat on there after he spends his $2,500 on the lawyers, and which is, or their immediate family members to occupy.
Okay, I think we'll leave it as it is for now.
Okay.
Any further discussion?
I just hope that people wrote in specific to this feel that their concerns were heard, and we're doing our best to find the happy medium. Maybe not, but that's my hope.
Mr. Brown?
Thanks, Council. We are trying to, address half commitments, but we aren't trying to fetter Council's decision making at all. These are for Council's considerations. If Council is not satisfied with the bylaws as presented in January, it would be 100% within Council's prerogative to turn those down. So we will absolutely seek to work with the property owners to meet Council direction here. But if ultimately that's something that Council doesn't feel hits the mark, then Council could turn those down at adoption.
Okay, seeing no other comments, all in favor? Oh, I can't see Councillor Anderson.
I'm here.
Oh, there you are, okay.
Aye.
All in favor? Any opposed?
Just do the wording.
That carries. Okay, thank you. I think staff got that message. Okay, that's item 1.
Later, Joe.
All right, the second bylaw is titled Ucluelet Housing Actions, District of Ucluelet Subdivision Control Amendment Bylaw number 1389, 2025. And this will be presented by Mr. Brown, Director of Planning and Strategic Initiatives, Nancy Henderson, and Aaron Penner from Urban Systems.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, this is follow-up action from the November 4th, 2025 Council direction for item 4.2, and I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Henderson and Mr. Penner for a presentation.
Madam Mayor and Council, further to the HAF initiative, which was to develop green infrastructure standards, we have a presentation here for you that will outline why green infrastructure and provide an overview of the bylaw. And Mr. Penner is just getting the presentation pulled up. So the purpose of the amendment is to fulfill the HAF action plan as outlined in the HAF agreement, and also make it easier to integrate green infrastructure standards in the district. We'll provide background information and rationale for the amendment, and provide an opportunity should council have any questions or comments. So why green infrastructure? As noted, this was a action in the Housing Accelerator Fund to essentially streamline the creation of low impact development and green infrastructure in the community. There is an existing subdivision and development servicing, well, it's actually the subdivision control bylaw that dates back to 1989. So green infrastructure wasn't too much of a thing back then. So this does provide an additional schedule to that bylaw. So green infrastructure essentially reduces demands on municipal infrastructure such as storm sewers, and allows the natural infiltration of stormwater rather than just sending it out to the ocean, essentially. And it does reduce the risk of property damage from flooding by allowing stormwater to collect and be filtered, essentially. It also provides, opportunities for some greenery, which can help filter greenhouse gases, and also just filter sediment and so on naturally through the soil. This particular approach that we've taken with the bylaw provides the subdivision approving officer with the ability to allow alternative design for green infrastructure standards. The way it's set up is you have a drainage section in your bylaw, which is Schedule C. This would allow the subdivision approving officer to essentially approve green infrastructure as outlined in Schedule G, but the applicant's professional engineer would need to clearly demonstrate that the alternative storm drainage design will meet or exceed the performance objectives outlined in Schedule C. And so we have created standard detailed drawings for bioswales, infiltration trenches, constructed wetlands and detention facilities, sediment basins, rain gardens, and some provisions as well for oil and grit separators in Schedule G. So just what
Your mic cut out.
sorry, I think I'm back on now. So we have the details for rain gardens and bioswales. Some examples of those would include these photos on the next slide of a rain garden. So you'll see that it basically allows an area to collect that rainwater and filter it sort of through a landscape-like setting and depressions, which also allows, the roots of that vegetation to thrive from the water and help clean any sediment that comes along with it. There's another slide of a rather large wetland and detention facility, but they're essentially like constructed wetlands that could collect water and hold it during a storm event and then release it slowly back into the system or towards the ocean. So like the other half initiatives that we've been working, this would fulfill the phase 1 requirement, which is the half initiative that's outlined in your agreement. And then phase 2 would be doing a fulsome review of the 1989 subdivision control bylaw. And this would give council the opportunity to consider level of service standards and road cross sections and so on to meet the future needs of the community. And that concludes my presentation, and the recommendation is on the screen for your consideration, and happy to answer any questions in the meantime.
Thank you, Ms. Henderson. It all looks wonderful. And I think, 1989 was a little while ago. I guess my only question is, have some of our developers been made aware of this change? So I'm thinking of Weyerhaeuser in particular, because they would be kind of next in line for another subdivision, or are we just in early stages right now?
Any development proponent that I've spoken with, I've informed them of the kind of the project unfolding and what they can sort of expect in the next 6 months and how that might impact them. So folks have been made aware, and as we move into the springtime project, there would be far more consultation with the development community on an overhauled standard. So this one is relatively minor, and the updated, more comprehensive project would be in the spring, which would have proper consultation.
Great, thank you. Questions for staff? No? Okay, there are 3 recommendations.
I've got this.
Councillor Hoare?
Make sure I've got the right recommendations. 9.2, right? Where are we on our? Yeah. I will move that District of Ucluelet Subdivision Control Amendment Bylaw number 1389/2025, a bylaw to amend the District of Ucluelet Subdivision Control Bylaw 1989, bylaw number 521, be read a first time.
Thank you, Councillor Hoare. Councillor Noel seconds. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favour? None opposed, that carries.
I will move that District of Ucluelet Subdivision Control Amendment Bylaw number 1389/2025 be read a second time.
Councillor Noel seconds. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favour? None opposed, that carries.
I will move that District of Ucluelet Subdivision Control Amendment Bylaw number 1389/2025 be read a third time.
Councillor Noel seconds. Any further discussion?
About time we had some green infrastructure.
Absolutely. Yeah. It is a really good report. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favour? None opposed, that carries. Excellent, thank you. On another note, I got something from the Tofino Chamber of Commerce just recently, and they are working on a rainwater capture mission, I guess. And we've talked about that for some time as well. It would be really good to kind of follow what Tofino's doing, and I think they are, using a company called EcoSense Water. Anyway, good to keep in touch with what they're doing with their rainwater. The third bylaw is titled Development Cost Charges Bylaw number 1391, 2025, and Amenity Cost Charges Bylaw number 1392, 2025. It will be presented by Laura Bernier, Strategic Services Consultant, and Javier Molina, Strategic Services Analyst from Urban Systems. Welcome.
Mayor, if I just could, just as they're getting themselves set up.
Yes.
So Laura from Urban Systems has been in front of you before on this, at least once, if not twice now, on our development cost charges and our ACC bylaws. So we're really pleased to bring all this work back. Laura will also update you on the engagement they've done with the development community. But again, this is another big step in some clarity for the community on our development cost charges, and an update that's, when's the last time? Laura will tell us the last time it was updated, but quite a while ago.
Thank you, Mr. Harding.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having us. I'm just going to be connecting to the Zoom here to get our PowerPoint. Just a sec.
I know you have to speak a little bit more to the mic too, just so we can pick you up.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for that note.
Mr. Brown might have some words too, but what she's good said. I wasn't sure. Did you, Mr. Brown?
You took my introduction there, Mr. Harding, so happy to let you do it.
You'd think after 5 years post-COVID, I'd be faster at this, but thank you very much, and thank you for the introduction, Mr. Harding. So today we want to present an update on the DCC and ACC programs, as well as introduce the bylaws for 3 readings to Council. I'll let my colleague Javi here kick us off and do a little bit of an introduction, and then we'll walk you through a very, very brief update and DCC 101, as well as some other key inputs into the program.
Hi, so as we can see, the purpose of this project is to ensure that the district has the available tools to recover costs for growth-related infrastructure and support the growth that is happening. So you can see we have our agenda here. We'll start with a brief 101 refresher. We'll follow up with a couple of updates. The first one being the results from the stakeholder consultation and an update of the DCC programs and the ACC program, and continue with the proposed rates. As you can see, this is the DCC and ACC bylaw update and bylaw development process. We're in the second phase in the bylaw adoption. As you can remember, on June we presented the rates, and we follow in August with Council's direction to consult with stakeholders. Then we're here tonight, and everything goes great. We would send the package to the ministry for approval.
So in the council package initially provided, we have some additional details on the DCCs and ACCs for Mayor and Council's convenience, and to review some of those background materials. We'll go through them at a much higher level here tonight, given that those were presented in June. But we're happy to dive into any of the detailed questions along the way onto how they're calculated. So just a really brief overview of what DCCs are. As I'm sure Council's familiar, it's really a cost charge that's intended to create a rate that serves for a basket of goods of infrastructure. And so it's not a direct one-to-one with every single project. Rather, this is to create one rate and charge that everyone pays into in order to deliver a suite of projects and that are needed throughout the community. It's based on the principle of cost sharing. The idea is that growth pays for growth according to provincial best practice and legislation. And they're a pretty regulated tool, so we're bound by the Local Government Act to work within the confines of that legislation around how these development finance tools can be implemented. There's also a best practice guide for ACCs and for DCCs that was released in March of 2025. So there's a lot of new regulation that was introduced over the past couple of years, which makes this a really good time for the update. A bit of a refresh here, what DCCs and ACCs can and can't be used for. So really the suite of services that it covers is transportation, active transportation, roads, sidewalks, things like that, water distribution and treatment, drainage, sanitary sewer distribution and treatment, parkland acquisition and improvements, fire protection, police facilities, and solid waste and recycling. So you'll see there's 3 services there that were newly introduced in the legislation since the last update to the district's bylaw, which was amended in 2017 for context. A couple of things they can't be used for. These legislatively cannot be used to fund any asset management, asset renewal projects, operations, and maintenance. So the methodology for actually calculating the DCC rate omits anything that would be asset replacement oriented. A couple of other pieces here, community buildings are not eligible because they'd be eligible under ACCs. And really something to note is that there can't be double dipping across any programs. If there's projects that are included in one suite of services, they won't and are not legislatively allowed to show up in other programs and things. That's really an important note, especially on the ACCs. They tend to look a little bit like parks projects in certain communities, and you can collect under both of those regimes, but just making sure they're not in both programs is really critical. So a couple of the things that ACCs can be used to fund, it's not an exhaustive list, but these are a couple of examples that are used in best practice guide and legislation. So things like community centers, youth centers, seniors, any recreation or athletic facility, libraries, daycares, and public squares. Similarly, they can't be used for anything that's not growth related, i.e. asset management and O&M. And they can't, in best practice, ACCs should only cover things that can't be otherwise captured through another program through the DCCs. So really you're exhausting your DCC program first and foremost. ACCs then are used to fund things that are for the environmental, social, recreational benefit of the community. So a key part of the discussion tonight is really to recap some of the stakeholder feedback that we heard. So we did a consultation virtually on August 14th of this year with the stakeholder community. There was a number of people that attended, both primarily virtually and just kind of viewing the session, as well as a number of people who were part of the discussion and outspoken and gave us lots of feedback. It was a smaller group, but lots of great feedback was received during that session. So part of the best practice is to consult with interested parties. This open house was held to, encourage all developers who have applications or who are commonly applying in the development industry in Ucluelet to attend, as well as other parties like realtors, other active members of the community, and members of the public if there was interest there. So that was distributed through the website content on the DCCs and ACCs, which is available at that link there. And to recap at a high level, the real main themes that we heard and that are commonly heard in many DCC and ACC engagement processes is, the magnitude of proposed rates. As we know, infrastructure costs have increased dramatically, and that's true for the development community in terms of building costs, as well as on the infrastructure side for municipalities. So many programs have increased quite substantially, and it was noted that there's a big jump in the rates that was seen. A couple of other pieces that were noted is just the interest in a municipal assist factor used as a mechanism for phasing in a DCC program, which we can cover in a little bit more detail afterwards. But essentially a phased in approach helps developers see and calculate their pro formas against rates that are coming in a more steady and streamlined way. So it relieves it's one mechanism to relieve some of the pressure on developers. Clarification on how DCCs were applied was something that was, delved into detail during that session, as well as the ability to apply for waivers and reductions on small development projects, the interest in testing the financial feasibility of ACCs and DCCs, which has been a pretty hot topic through, the recommendations seen in the best practice guide. And you'll see this in the ACCs as well, just assurances that there's no double dipping across programs. So in addition, on the ACCs, I think that there was pretty strong support. This was relevant to ACCs, and I'll say it's relevant to the Parks program as well. I think there was keen interest in seeing project lists. There was a lot of support from the development community on that, despite the fact that there was raised charges, and always, as usual, concerns about any charges and how it relates to housing prices. And then there's some, specific amenities that were discussed that relates to some of the double dipping, but which isn't an issue in this program, but really wanting to make sure that trails and park programs are very transparent. So in terms of maybe just a bit of a refresh again on how we determine the rates, and I'll dive into the municipal assist fact here a little bit as well. Basically, there's a number of key inputs in the DCC process. Most of them are technical inputs that we worked with staff extensively on, like developing growth projections based on OCP, building permit data, as well as land use demand study for institutional, commercial, and industrial uses. We worked extensively on capital costs and timing for each of the programs, as well as determining the benefit allocation for each. I want to highlight the benefit allocation here because this is one of the key mechanisms that's used to share the costs between existing and new users on DCCs. So every single project is reviewed and there's a percentage that's determined to say how much does this benefit new users versus existing users. And that's used in order to divide the costs up and determine how much is going to be DCC recoverable. With that, so that's kind of built into the technical inputs. We calculate the rates after that. And then there's additionally that assistance factor, which is really a subsidy that can be provided in addition to the cost sharing mechanisms by council that is completely at the discretion of council to determine. From there, so we assumed a couple of assist factors that you'll see in the programs that we'll later present. We assumed it was a range between kind of 1% to 25%. After that, we go to the consultation with the key interested parties. Feasibility testing has been recommended on the ACCs. This legislation changed actually over the course of our project delivery, but it's recommended on the ACCs. The Lieutenant Governor can make a request on feasibility testing. You'll see the ACC rates are not very, very high in comparison to other communities, but that can still be a best practice there. After that, it goes for ministry review, and the bylaw can be adopted for a third and final reading. So in terms of some of the kind of going into some of the details of the bylaw here and how it's implemented, essentially there's a number of land use categories for which the fees are applied. We've included a little snapshot of what each of these definitions contains, but essentially the low density residential would cover up to 2 units. So it looks like your traditional single family home up to a duplex. It's embedded in the definition of a single family home that you could have a secondary suite in there, and that's built in order to capture things like informal suites. From there, you get a medium density, which is really focused on having a ground-oriented multifamily unit. So you get things like townhomes, manufactured homes, accessory residential dwelling units. And then the high density is focused on building forms that are multifamily but not ground-oriented. In other words, apartments for the most part. In terms of the municipal assist factor, so legislation actually requires municipalities to apply municipal assist factor. It starts at 1%. It can go to 99%. And so 1 being the least amount of assistance. So there's basically a 1% contribution to infrastructure in addition to the cost sharing that the municipality would provide. And that can be raised up to whatever assistance level is desired in order to incentivize development in the community. That assistance factor has to be made up through non-DCC revenues. Typically, that looks like taxation. So the further you assist a DCC program, you would see a relative tax increase, or grants would need to come in. There would have to be other mechanisms to support with that. So you'll note that the municipal assist factor is 1% across most of the programs. Because there's some significant infrastructure components to a few programs, the water treatment plant, the sanitary treatment plant, and the fire hall, all are very significant pieces of infrastructure that were anticipated to benefit more than the current program time horizon that we were looking at. For that reason, there's an increased municipal assist factor there to support what would otherwise be potentially costs that would be a barrier to development. So you'll see here in the package, there's a recap on each of the programs. We won't go into this in too much detail. Basically, you can see the total capital cost of each program. So for instance, in transportation, this is approximately an $11 million program. The benefit allocations for sharing the costs between existing versus new users range from 33%, which aligns with population growth essentially, and just the nature of growth in the community, up to 100%, which would be highly growth driven or in a very development intensive area, for instance. You'll see there the municipal assist factor that's applied, as well as the time horizon that is applied. So that relates back to the growth that you're seeing. And so it's a 20-year time horizon. We've assumed that there was a certain number of units that would occur in that time frame. And then you can see here, given the benefit allocation and the municipal assist factor, we have the DCC recoverable cost of $5.5 million versus the costs that the municipality would have to contribute to the same program, which would be $5.7 million. So for roads, the program mostly includes things like cross-section and intersection improvements. As mentioned earlier, there's some sidewalk network expansions in there, as well as general road improvements and active transportation corridors. We've grouped here the water supply and the water treatment program, which we're recommending are separate. So there's different time horizons and municipal assist factors here, because that treatment plant would be benefiting a longer time horizon for growth, and it is a significant piece of infrastructure that could potentially hinder development if development would be responsible for paying the full costs. So hence you'll see a higher municipal assist factor on the treatment plant, as well as a longer time horizon. The supply program, it consists of the general distribution improvements to the water system, a significant reservoir project, as well as some water main upgrades. Drainage here is mostly capacity improvements and stormwater study, so it's a very straightforward program here. It's mostly split between the existing and new residents. And then here, the sanitary distribution and treatment program are very similar to water, where there's a really significant treatment plant that warrants potentially a longer time horizon and municipal assist factor. We also have parks, which includes a number of projects, including general park improvements, a number of new playgrounds, as well as some acquisition of new parks, and Parks and Recreation Master Plan, which should be done intermittently, and as well as some trail improvements. As mentioned, there's a fire hall project that is part of the new programs that are also recommended. So you can see here the value of that program. And lastly, the ACC program, which really mostly includes the recreation hall and indoor sports facility improvement, as well as Tugwell field lighting. So as a quick recap here, so these were the rates that were previously, these are the current rates. So essentially there's a single family and a multifamily and a commercial accommodation. Those are kind of the three residential commercial land uses that are in the current bylaw. You'll see that we've updated these to kind of increase and reflect some of the additional complexity that's being seen across the province and as well in Ucluelet. The current rates are approximately $13,000 per single family home. So that's kind of a bit of a benchmark here. You'll also see the units of charge are a little bit variable, and so there's been a little bit of alignment on that front as well. So I know that this is a lot of information on this slide. It's a little small in terms of font because there's a couple of new programs there, but essentially we have the low density residential, medium density, and high density that we reviewed the definitions of earlier. We've also got that same commercial accommodation, land use category, as well as commercial, industrial, and institutional. And all of the residential categories are being accounted for on a per unit basis. So similarly to the previous one where low density or single family homes, better yet, was 13,000, you'll see here it's jumped to 29. And then you have medium density and high density, which are likely to be some of the more sought after forms of development that are happening given the densification that folks are seeing across the province. There's also the ACC rate here, which comes out to about 4,500 per low density unit. So we did want to note that there's been some refinement of the program since the stakeholder engagement. There's been a slight increase. I think it's an increase of about 10% in the rates in the residential categories. There's been, a couple of projects that were refined in terms of new costs that were included in coming out. And so there was, just some additional refinement there. So we won't take too much time here, but we did want to present, sometimes it's helpful to look at what other communities are doing. This is apples to oranges. The infrastructure costs for one community are difficult to compare to another community, but sometimes it's just helpful to know where in the ballpark folks are sitting. So here we've just compared a couple of communities on the island. You'll see Nanaimo, Comox, Courtenay, Oak Bay, who actually has recently adopted ACCs. These are only the DCC comparisons because so few communities have actually adopted and published an ACC bylaw. So you'll see here, we primarily compared medium and high density. There is additional charts in the council package, but it is coming in kind of middle of the road. Many of the lower ones, for instance, your neighbors, Tofino, while being a little bit lower, the bylaw is from 2010. And is, if it were to be updated now, 15 years later, we would expect that to be quite a bit higher. Similarly, the high density, you're starting to fall towards the bottom of the pack. So, quite a reasonable rate compared to neighbors if you were to develop in, Cumberland versus Ucluelet. And we have here as well the commercial charges, which again are very standard. In terms of the ACCs, as I mentioned, the comparison is a little difficult because so few communities have adopted them. So you'll see here they're very reasonable in terms of many of the other communities. That's not to say the bar is constantly changing on this front. So again, this is for a medium density residential home, and we have here a high density residential. So before we wrap up, we wanted to note a couple of pieces on implementation, primarily the in-stream protection. This is also a hot topic for developers, having additional grace period, things like that. That's something that we have heard a lot in many communities and did hear in this one. But, we wanted to note here that the in-stream protection applies to any in-stream development for a period up to 12 months. So any subdivision or in-stream development application, building permit that has been submitted and is considered complete is eligible for in-stream protection for up to a year. And then additionally, potentially the potential waivers and reductions. And we understand that there's movement on this in the district, but essentially council can. Yes.
I just think there's going to be a question on the in-stream. So I was just wondering if we could pause and just explain, what developments is it, what level would they have to be at, and when things are. So I think it's a good one as we implement this.
Absolutely, yeah. So maybe just noting the complete application here. So we've got it noted. It's typically an in-stream and complete application would be considered when it's been received, considered complete, and the fees have been paid. So that's the most common language. What is considered complete and a complete package would be up to planning staff to set what that standard and bar is. So maybe there's a desire to add any additional detail or happy to address that when the question comes up.
Yeah, that's fine. Then I think it's a good one because you know, we may have a rezoning, we may have a DP, but is it at the very end of building permit? Typically, I think it's at the end. They'd have to be at building permit stage or completed, right?
Yes. So any precursor application is considered one that could warrant in-stream protection. So that includes development permits, building permits, or rezoning.
Thank you.
And then additionally here, yes, the potential waivers and reductions. So these are only eligible on a number of eligible types of development that are outlined in the Local Government Act. So a waivers and reductions program and bylaw can support waiving those DCCs and ACCs on forms of development that council wishes to see and wishes to encourage. There's a couple of ways of doing this. So a waivers and reductions bylaw can be passed, and we would typically recommend that that's done separately from the DCC and ACC bylaw. Particularly from the DCC bylaw, which has to go to the ministry every time it needs to be changed, which takes a month and a half or more potentially. So that can be done as a separate bylaw and can be altered as a bylaw of council. Additionally, some communities like City of Victoria have opted to do grant programs to encourage different types and forms of development that are a little bit more flexible. But this is kind of the governed and sanctioned way to go about waiving and reducing ACCs and DCCs. So the ACCs in particular have there's some particular forms of affordable housing and supportive housing, that are eligible, and that there's some ACCs that are even exempt. Actually, which I think that is included in the council package, but removed from here. But essentially, affordable and special needs housing is included under the ACC waivers and reductions. And for DCCs, it's about kind of not-for-profit affordable rental housing, as well as for-profit affordable rental housing. There's additional waivers and reductions that can be provided for greenhouse gas efficient and small housing forms as well under the DCCs. Okay, so as Javi mentioned earlier, really we're at the stage of providing 3 readings on the bylaw tonight, receiving the engagement feedback that was provided, and from there we would send the entire DCC and ACC, the DCC package to the ministry. The ACC bylaw can be adopted pretty much at any point, and then once the DCC has been approved by the Inspector of Municipalities, it would be eligible for 4th and final reading. Welcome to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Laura. There is a chart on page 64 of our package that shows ACC and DCC proposed rates. And I realized that we've never had an ACC program before, so this is new to us. But under the DCCs, it would have been interesting to see what percentage you're increasing from what we have had. I think on page 65, it mentions that the residential rates have increased by 12%. Is that kind of standard through most of the categories?
So through the chair, the increase that was the 12% increase was an average of the increase for the residential rates versus the rates that were last brought to council in June. And so that was based on program refinement and cost refinement for some of the projects since that time. Based on some kind of quick mental math based on the current rates, it is difficult to compare, I will say, because the land use categories have changed. So that makes it a little bit of apples to oranges. But previously, a single family home under the current DCC was $13,000, and a low density residential rate under the current under the proposed DCCs is $29,000. So it's a significant jump. I think that it does reflect a lot of the costs that have been seen in the past 5 years for building and escalation, which has been very significant. And that is aligned with many of the increases that we've seen in other communities.
Of course. Thank you. Questions from council?
Thank you for the report. It was very thorough, and thank you for that. Obviously, when you start talking about raising rates for anybody in the climate that we have today, people are wondering why you're even doing it. ACC, I have mixed feelings about. I'm supportive of the bylaws that are presented. I just hope that. Did we talk about how we're going to implement? You said you're going to give 12 months, or I guess we'll give 12 months. You're making a suggestion here. 12 months, and the hammer comes down. When I think about the hammer, I'm comparing DCCs to my recent experience with BC Hydro with the food bank. And so just for process, when DCCs are paid, they're paid prior to when a building permit gets issued, correct? So as we're trying to encourage people to come to town development, you obviously have some on the radar, and we know we're going to be issuing something here. The thought that we're going to gradually get them to where they need to be. And then we're going to, if they're not successful after 2027, they're going to be hammered with increased BPs and now DCCs and ACCs. I'm just wondering, is it normal to always get those payments in advance? Are there provisions in place to allow subdivisions that are, let's say there's a guy going to do 50 or 60, and that's a crazy bill when you put that all together. Are there strategies about working with developers that perhaps that are not written in the bylaw here about, okay, we know you're going to be doing a bunch of stuff and we know the money's coming. Maybe you can talk about what other communities do in order to lessen the blow with the DCCs. And as you mentioned, ACCs are very new, but that still adds a significant component. So do you have some information you could share on that?
Through the chair, thank you very much. Yeah, it's a great point, and I think I think it is challenge. It's a very challenging market. These are the projects that are already cost shared that are really required for that growth to occur. So just to the first comment there, without these projects, it will be very difficult to ensure that there's service delivery for the growth that would be occurring in the community. Hence the benefit allocation and going through each of those. In terms of working with the development community, there are a couple of mechanisms. Unfortunately, DCCs are highly regulated, so there's limited ways to go about that. There are a number of pieces, though. So, the in-stream protection period and grace period is a legislated time horizon, so that 12 months is actually dictated in the LGA. So not so much a recommendation. It can be, in theory, extended through, deferring or enacting the bylaw at a later date, passing it, and then putting the adoption date at a later date. However, you are then allowing all new building permits that are coming in to be grandfathered into the previous rate as well. So there's quite a loss of revenue that could occur through that. Another mechanism would be, payment by installments. So there are mechanisms to work with developers so that they can pay DCCs in installments if they're over $50,000. And so that is a mechanism that can support with that timing. We hear a lot from the development community that, well, if only I could just pay at occupancy because that's when my cash flow comes in. Unfortunately, the legislation does not allow for payment at occupancy, but there is new legislation around the payment by installments as of January 1st. Of the upcoming year of 2026, that will allow that payment by installment period to be twice as long. I think it's going from 2 to 4 years. And so, it does kind of create a little bit of additional space, and there's kind of some stipulations around that and, access to bonds. So developers will be able to access bonds in as a mechanism to support ensuring that their cash flow is intact. So there's a few mechanisms there. It does require having DCCs of a certain magnitude to be considered for that. And in order to be considered for bonds, you have to be kind of a reputed developer that is able to access them based on credit or other provincial requirements. That'll be coming out eminently, the regulations on that.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Obviously, like I said, I love everything about it, but I hate everything about the final numbers. I think it's just another challenge, and right down to what you mentioned when the mayor asked about a residential home, possibly going to pay over $30,000 just for DCCs and ACCs, excluding the building permit. It's the life that we live in, but I hope that so there'll be substantial changes here in the next 14 months. But this just compounds the problem with building. And anyways, that's all. Just some comments, I guess.
I think because this review is overdue, it kind of seems harsher than what it may have been if it was done kind of incrementally along the way. Any other questions or comments?
And through the chair, I can maybe speak to that as well in terms of the timing. DCCs can be, it's recommended to do them every 5 years. Something that can support with that incremental increase is, there's a few triggers. There's a minor bylaw amendment that can be done to support increasing costs, as it's known for projects that are potentially facing cost escalation, and that can be, that requires a smaller ministry review and can be done, recommended every 3 years potentially if there's significant cost increases in the program. And then it would be recommended to make those updates at least on a 5-year basis, as well as apply CPI. So there is an indicator, and you can apply a CPI index on those bylaws to have them updated every single year for up to 5 years. So that fifth CPI index increase triggers ideally the province is trying to force a more major amendment at that time. So that does help have them be a little bit more incremental versus more significant updates, especially as infrastructure issues or needs compound with growth. It can be a little bit, a larger stepwise approach.
Great, thank you for that. Any other questions? Seeing none, we have some recommendations. The first three apply to the amenity cost charges. Somebody want to tackle those?
I'll move that District of Ucluelet amenity cost charges bylaw number 1392/2025, a bylaw to impose amenity cost charges, be read a first time.
Thank you, Councillor Mafty. Councillor Noel seconds. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? None opposed, that carries.
I'll move that District of Ucluelet amenity cost charges bylaw number 1392/2025 be read a second time.
Councillor Noel seconds. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? None opposed, that carries.
I'll move that District of Ucluelet amenity cost charges bylaw number 1392/2025 be read a third time.
I'll second that.
Councillor Noel seconds. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I'm just not a fan of it. I think it's just, it's 2025, but it's just, it's scary to think that what anybody coming to the planning department for a BP is going to be looking at in the next 24 months.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Any opposed? That carries. All right, the next three refer to the development cost charges. Are you on a roll?
I'll move that District of Ucluelet development cost charges bylaw number 1391/2025, a bylaw to impose development cost charges, be read a first time.
I'll second that.
Councillor Noel seconds. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? None opposed, that carries.
I'll move that District of Ucluelet development cost charges bylaw number 1391/2025 be read a second time.
I'll second that.
Councillor Noel seconds. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? None opposed, that carries.
And I'll move that District of Ucluelet development cost charges bylaw number 1391/2025 be read a third time.
I'll second that.
Councillor Noel seconds. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? None opposed, that carries. And we've got one last little straggler there.
I'll move that council direct staff to provide developers with an update on the rate changes prior to council considering the bylaws for fourth and final reading.
I'll second that.
Councillor Noel seconds. Any further discussion?
I look forward to hearing the feedback. Will you provide us a little update on that one? Perfect. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? None opposed, that carries. Thank you. Thank you for that fulsome report.
Thank you very much.
doing business, I guess.
Thank you, Mayor. I will say that's a lot of work into that for the last, how long have you been on it now?
Definitely.
2 years working on this. So
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. That was great.
I'm going to call a 5-minute recess. Come back at 6:10. Okay, we're reconvening. 6:11. Okay, we'll reconvene at 6:11. The next bylaw item is titled Development Cost Charge Reduction Bylaw for Affordable Housing, number 1385, 2025, and it will be presented by Tyler Brown, Director of Planning and Strategic Initiatives.
Mayor and Council, I've presented on this one on the last two agendas, so I'm here happy to answer any questions, but this would just be the formal adoption.
Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Brown?
I feel like we went through it all
Yeah,
in detail.
we did last meeting, so this is just the adoption.
I would just again highlight though, thank you, Mr. Brown, for doing this, especially in the highlight of just with the DCC bylaws and the cost. This gives council a number of options, tools to deal with some specific developments as it comes.
Can you just talk into the microphone a bit?
It gives council some more options. With when DCCs are implemented or increased, gives you options for some specific developments. So it's good.
Exactly. Any questions for staff? There is one recommendation, if anyone would like to move it. Yes.
I'll move that District of Ucluelet Development Cost Charge Reduction Bylaw for Affordable Housing, number 1385, 2025, be adopted.
I'll second.
Thank you, Councillor Mafty. Councillor Hoare seconds. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? None opposed, that carries. Yeah, thank you. The next bylaw item is titled Zoning Amendment Bylaw number 1382, 2025, 560 Marine Drive, and it will be presented by Mr. Brown, Director of Planning and Strategic Initiatives.
Thank you, Mayor. In a moment, I'll turn it over to the applicant or the applicant's team to present it and provide a presentation. But just to introduce it, this is for the property at 560 Marine Drive, and they are requesting a zoning amendment. The development permit is provided in draft just for you tonight to get an idea of the concept. The development permit, if the zoning advanced, it would formally come before council for consideration. The current status is a mixed residential commercial, but it is currently vacant land with an OCP designation of neighborhood commercial. The proposal involves a 4-lot subdivision with a variety of uses proposed, and just to highlight them quickly, a 12-unit rental multifamily housing building. I would note that this would be rental specific, so this would be an application of rental only, and if this does pass tonight, first and second, we'd of course let CMHC know that in addition to some of those other considerations, this is another rental specific zoning. The proposal includes a 5-unit resort condo building for tourist accommodation, a 12-unit hotel, and a pub, restaurant, bistro. If council does grant first and second reading tonight, a 60-day referral would be initiated to Ucluelet First Nation, and also a public hearing will be scheduled to hear from the public formally, as this is not. We've seen a lot about prohibited public hearings. That's very specifically dealing with residential. As this has a commercial component, a public hearing is required. So I will turn it over to Mr. Gray from the development team to introduce his team and the application. And they are attending virtually, so welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Brown, and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
You have 3 Nigel Grays. I am the real Nigel Gray. With me tonight, I'm going to try and share my screen. Just give me 1 second. Okay, can you all see that?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. So, as Tyler alluded to, this is for Lot 1, District Lot 281. We're pretty excited about this project, and we came to you before, so we'll keep it really brief because we have an enormous agenda tonight, which is quite the slog to get through. You know the site pretty well. It's pretty much kitty corner to where you are sitting right now. up from Big Beach Park, across from Black Rock, and adjacent to the Primera. I should note that 3 of the owners actually own this unit directly adjacent to our site at the Primera. With me tonight, I have from DHK Architects, Paul Koopman and Glenn Hill. Thanks for joining us, Glenn. Glenn wasn't expected. Really briefly, our vision, we want to retain the community pub and neighborhood commercial component. We think this is a great site to have that at, adjacent to the park. The size of the proof of concept you'll see tonight is based on Fern and Cedar Brewing in Qualicum, which is essentially a brewery / restaurant operation. 12 tourist accommodation units up from the 5 in the current zoning. Those would be short-term rentals. 12 micro residential rental apartments. And we've been working with staff, so the mechanism to ensure that occurs is that it is described as rental in the current zoning draft. The last 5 units are the owner's units, so they do intend to live in Ucluelet in these units and rent them out when they're not there. So process thus far, it was a while ago, but March 2024, we came and presented in person when there was better weather and less likelihood of a washout on the road. Between then and November 2024, we worked on refining our application and the architectural drawing submissions, engineering and otherwise. That brings us to today. We have a zoning amendment for the land use changes, which is why I'm here. I'm the planning consultant for the project. And the development permit, which would be our form and character and confirming the environmental setbacks are correct. Just noting that the DP submission in this case is intended to show the owner's intent to proceed with the development ASAP. So in terms of community benefits, we are dedicating 20% of the site, or we're proposing to dedicate 20% of the site adjacent to Big Beach Park, which would give you an expanded park area, a bit of a better buffer between this development and the park than the one adjacent. Operational control of a stormwater facility that comes down the length of the property ends in this depressed area. And it also removes some of the conflicts you typically might get with strata owners, not in this case because we know who they are, but having that adjacency, sometimes you get people who would dump things into this area if it was on their property. So it's better it's in the control of the district. There's also a sliver of an archaeological site within this area that's being dealt with separately. We've got John Samagi, archaeologists, working on that with the nation and the province. The second community benefit, as I alluded to, is the 12 rental units. These are micro residential units that would provide lower cost housing for employees and local residents. And it would actually be the benefit of this project to build that first. So that's likely what will occur. And the restriction, as I noted earlier, is in the draft zoning, and that's under the rental definition. With that, I'll hand it over to the more interesting presenter, the architects, and allow them to go at it. Over to you, Paul.
Great. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Koopman from DHK Architects, and this is not our full submission, but more of a brief. Are you? Sorry. Pardon me. I was just having some strange things come up on my screen. This is the site plan of our project. Marine Drive is on the bottom of our screen. The water is to the north. So we've rotated this site plan so that north is facing to the right, just to be clear. So what we're seeing here is the 4 buildings that we're proposing to build on this property. This is a combined rezoning and development permit application, and the rezoning component will be for all 4 of the projects, but specifically since the first, there are 2 buildings that will go ahead first. We're seeking a development permit on 2 buildings and a rezoning only on the other 2. So building number 1 is the affordable housing apartment building that is closest. That's bottom left on our page, closest to Marine Drive. Building number 2 is the townhouse development that faces the water, and then building number 3 is our tourist accommodation short-term rental building in the center, and then far right is the community pub. Next slide, please, Nigel. All right, so this is practically the same view from a three-dimensional point of view. Again, Marine Drive is bottom of page and showing the relationship of the water to the site here. We have one primary access point for vehicles, and that's the driveway that you see in the middle of your screen, and so that will be the single access point for all the properties on the site. The parking will be largely located below buildings or in underground parkade areas, and not surface parking. So it's not like you're going to see a lot of surface parking from Marine Drive. You can also see we're creating two pedestrian-oriented connections to the commercial area of the project, the pub, and then the short-term rental, to encourage, a strong pedestrian connection with the street and an active street front as well. Bike accessibility will be from this point, as well as wheelchair accessibility. I think our big picture, our big dream was to create almost a village-like collection of buildings. The buildings have different functions. It is a mixed use building complex, but we really feel that these uses complement one another. Architecturally, we've tried to create a coherent composition in the architecture, one that celebrates sort of West Coast modern design with expressive roof lines that are very similar to other structures that one would find in the community. I think the other important detail too, just in terms of our placement of the buildings, we've positioned the community pub on the north corner of the site, and that is so it could be kitty corner to the community hall, which you find yourselves in right now, as well as adjacent to the public walkway that goes down to Big Beach to sort of activate that corner. Next slide, please. If you could just zoom in a bit to the top one, Nigel.
I would love to. I have no idea how to do that.
Okay, we'll just stick with this. So this is just sort of a ground view perspective from Marine Drive, showing the buildings from street level. We have we have some dynamic roof lines that we're showing in this property. The roofs have quite large overhangs to protect the walls, again, and to sort of speak to that West Coast vernacular style of architecture. The building is, of course, waterfront, and so it will need to stand up to the weather. So we've selected robust, very durable cladding materials. We're using cement board cladding, corrugated metal cladding, and then wood accents throughout the project. The roofs will be clad in metal, also very durable. And then the lower image is the view sort of that one would get, kind of a bit of a bird's eye view of the project from the public trail. We are showing much smaller trees than what are there right now, just for illustrative purposes, so that you can see the buildings. I think in reality you'd have more glimpses through the trees at this, but this illustrates the building well. So I think here you can start to see this sort of dancing roof line that we're showing, the pub on the left with this very large and expansive deck. I think that would be a great place to have a meal and be close to the ocean. In the center is the short-term rental, commercial accommodation, tourist accommodation, and then far right is the townhouses. We do recognize that this is an important site for the community, and we've really kept that in mind as we've designed this project. On a personal note, I know that these kind of projects don't come about very often, you know, like mixed use, medium density, waterfront properties. So I'm very excited about this project. I hope that the images show that enthusiasm. So thank you. Back to you, Nigel.
Thank you.
If I can just put you on hold for a second, Nigel. It's been 3.5 hours. No, we can go till 4. Okay.
In 4 minutes. At 6:30.
6:30.
It's 6:27.
So I have to wait 3 minutes to make that motion.
You can pass it now if you'd like.
Yeah,
Sure.
we just have to make a motion to go beyond 3.5 hours. What's that? There's no maximum. Sorry. I'll make the motion to go beyond 3.5 hours. Do I have a seconder?
You might have an amendment here.
Councillor Noel seconds. All in favor? None opposed. That's carried. Thank you. Go ahead, Nigel.
Thank you, Mayor. That was actually the end of our presentation, so perfect timing. Our landscape architect standing right beside me here, Kara McDonald, who wasn't supposed to be here, but she did note that while we didn't show the landscape plan, we are actually incorporating a piece of green infrastructure on this side of the site that is in the form of rain garden bioswale. So absolutely timely for the engineering standards to be updated. And I will leave it to questions.
Okay, thank you. It seems like a really long time since we've had a discussion with you guys. Well, I guess March 12th, 2024 was a while ago. And a few of us were just asking not too long ago, what's going on with the pub down at Big Beach? So great timing on your part. Any questions from council to the proponents? Councillor Noel?
Just a couple comments. I do like what you've done. You know, I look forward to hearing the public feedback. Obviously, it's nice to hear that some of the owners currently live at Primera, so I don't have to sell them what a special place that is. So I'm happy to hear that, and I look forward to getting this to public for feedback. So what you presented here, you check a lot of boxes off, and it's obviously been a very underutilized piece of land forever, and to see what your dream is here, I think you guys pulled something nicely together, checks a bunch of boxes off, and let's get it out to the public for feedback.
Thanks, Councillor Noel. Anyone else with questions, comments?
Oh, yeah.
Councillor Hoare?
A couple of questions. The application in our package said that your resort condo building was for 5 units, but you mentioned 12. That's a change.
The existing zoning allows for 5 above a pub. So the pub and 5 of those units were already permitted in existing zoning. The existing zoning actually allows for a 20,000 square foot pub, which is completely ridiculous. So we tried to do something a little bit more appropriate.
Okay, so it is a change to the number of STRs.
Yeah.
Okay. And then my other question was regarding the townhomes. You said that they would be the owners wanted to live in them, but then they would be renting them out. Would that be a short-term rental, or would that be a long-term rental when they're not?
That's correct.
Short-term.
Yeah.
That's for the 5 resort condos.
Yeah, just the 5 townhomes.
Right. Councillor Mafty?
I have some comments. I realize it's sort of very early in the process, and I try to keep an open mind. Having said that, you know, this was a presentation that came before us quite a while ago, and during that time, I've had a lot of time to sort of digest the information that was presented then, and also, you know, hear from members of the community. With all due respect to you folks presenting tonight, it's really difficult for me to conceive of a project that I would more vehemently oppose for so many different reasons. But it's not for me at this point to go into details. I think it's ill-conceived. I don't think it's the right location. I don't think it's anything that Ucluelet needs. My biggest concern, which I do feel is worth stating now, I have pretty serious concerns about the actual viability of this proposal. I'm well acquainted with the proprietor of the brew pub that we already have in town. The information that I've been given leads me to believe that the profitability of such an enterprise is dubious, and my biggest worry is that we're going to end up with a cleared lot and possibly a portion of this development, and there's no portion of it that I think is in the benefit of the community. I think Big Beach is the absolute crown jewel of urban wilderness. I think it's a community asset that every single resident and tourist deeply values, and to turn it into a sort of slapdash short-term rental brew pub, it's sacrilegious. So I'll leave my comments at that. I hope no one takes any of that personally. Obviously, we have to move through the process, but I would be very interested to hear what the public has to say about this one when it comes before them.
Thank you, Councillor Mafty. I think a benefit is the 12-unit rental multifamily building, which is rental only, and they've said that they would build that first.
I think we have other far better prospects in terms of other lots, other developers. I literally can't think of a worse place to build 12 units of anything. So that's just me.
All right. Any other comments from councillors? Maybe stop sharing your screen so I can see Councillor Anderson, please. Perfect. Thank you. There he is.
Oh, there I am there. I may have a bias here because of my love for breweries. I was just going to ask, in this, I don't want to be, I think it looks like an interesting project. My one concern was, and this might be something that goes back to Mr. Brown, and I know we're in the middle of this and we've got it coming up later on in the agenda, is the idea of this tsunami zone there. Have you guys had a chance to look into that at all, or had a discussion with planning yet on that sort of mitigation?
If I may, through the mayor, yes, that's why you're seeing what you're seeing. So the reason all the parking is underneath is because tsunami level is 14 meters. So that would put all of our occupied spaces up and above the tsunami level. Yeah. So the design was definitely informed by the tsunami threat.
All right. Excellent. Yeah, so we're in the middle right now of trying to nail down like a solid policy going forward. But 14 meters. That's pretty high.
Yeah, and what it does allow all the parking to go underground, so it's kind of a blessing and a curse, a constraint that ended up, in my opinion, improving the form of character.
Right. Well, thank you.
Councillor Noel, anything from you?
I made my comments, and I think I look forward to hearing public feedback. There's going to be a lot of what Mr. Mafty said here, and there'll be lots of mixed emotions about it. But at the end of the day, I think what he's presented looks half decent. Let's get it out to public for feedback, and then I think we can make our sound decisions at that point.
Makes sense to me. All right, there are 4 recommendations. If Councillor Noel, you're up for the task.
Marine. Okay. I move that the District of Eukula zoning amendment bylaw number 1382/2025 be read for the first time.
I'll second.
Councillor Mafty seconds. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
I also move that the District of Eukula
Oh,
zoning...
hold on. Any opposed?
No, I'm not opposing that one.
Yeah, there is one.
Oh, there is one.
It's going to go through,
Yeah,
but on principle,
I think it's great.
Okay.
You got to do it in principle.
And that carries. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. I also move that the District of Eukula zoning amendment bylaw number 1382/2025 be read as a second time.
I'll second.
Councillor Mafty seconds. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Any opposed? That carries.
I also move that council indicate that section 219 restrictive covenant will be required as a condition of the potential adoption of the District of Ucluelet zoning amendment bylaw number 1382-2025 to ensure the park dedication as proposed in the Index A.
I'll second that.
Councillor Mafty seconds. Any further discussion?
I'm on a purely technical point that has nothing to do with my opposition. I'm wondering if it's premature. It seems that what we're seeing is an early rendering, I'm just worried that this might tie us and the proponent into something that may look different as the project progresses through the sort of conception phase. So I'm just not sure how certain the layout is all going to be, and so the park dedication seems to be really constrained to the site, and I'm wondering if that's the intention of this particular motion here. Like, is it ensuring the park dedication exists in some form or as presented?
Mr. Brown?
Excuse me, Mayor, through you, to the question. The covenant as crafted would be considered in conjunction with this development proposal. It would not be registered if this development proposal does not receive final adoption from council. So it's very much making a condition of this zoning approval, which is a comprehensive development zone, so very specific layout. If that did not proceed, there would be no covenant registered on title. It's only to make a condition of approval that in the deed this does pass, that park dedication would be secured. If it's not as a condition of approval, there would be no mechanism for us to take that parkland dedication.
Just a point of clarity through the mayor. What my question is the park dedication as proposed in the Appendix A, does that refer to the actual like geographical layout as it would be pinned according to those drawings, or as a percentage of the total developed area? Like, how much flexibility is there to move those lines or the shape of that park depending on how the proposal might evolve? The project proposal might evolve.
Yeah, understood. Yeah, it would be very much the geographic area. So what is proposed, because it is a comprehensive zone, it's very specific in the location of each delineation of uses.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Any opposed? That carries. And one more.
Okay, and then I also move that council direct staff to give notice for a public hearing to be held on the District of Ucluelet zoning amendment bylaw number 1382-2025.
I'll second.
Councillor Mafty seconds. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? None opposed, that carries. All right, thank you very much for being here, Paul and Nigel, and I think it was Claire, is that right?
Glenn, but close.
Nothing personal, you guys. The drawings looked really nice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay, thank you. Have a great night.
Sure.
The first bylaw is titled District of Ucluelet Bylaw Revision and Consolidation Authority Bylaw number 1384-2025. And this was originally presented by Mr. Chow. This will be presented by Ms. Pelchat, Corporate Services Coordinator.
Thank you, Mayor McEwen. Through the Mayor, good evening, Mayor and Council. Before you is a recommendation to adopt the District of Ucluelet Bylaw Revision and Consolidation Authority Bylaw number 1384-2025. Council gave this bylaw first, second, and third readings at its November 18th, 2025 regular council meeting, and Council is now in a position to adopt it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Pelchat? Seeing none, there is one recommendation.
I'll move that one. The District of Ucluelet bylaw revision and consolidation. Consolidation, thank you. Authority bylaw number 1384-2025 be adopted.
Thank you, Councillor Noel. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second.
Councillor Hoare seconds. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? None opposed, that carries. The option is to take a break to have a bite to eat or to just power through and then have a bite to eat.
Can we eat and power through?
I don't know what the food is. Is it finger food? Sure. Let's do that. Yep. Okay.
I promise to stay on mute.
That's never happening.
So we don't hear your stomach growling. All right, moving on to reports. The first report is a verbal report from Coors and Associates Engineering regarding the sewer master plan. It will be presented by Chris Downey, principal, and Kevin Dugan, project manager.
Mayor, if I could just introduce a little bit before this.
Sure.
If council remembers, last couple of meetings, you've had a number of larger developments that came forward. One of the questions that council had was, where are we with our sewer infrastructure, our sewer planning? So I asked Mr. Downey, Mr. Dugan to come and do a presentation. It's also timely because it's just before you will then consider some major sewer upgrades through awarding of a tender, which Mr. Strain will then present. So I think that goes well together. Mr. Downey, Mr. Dugan will talk to you about where we've been, where we're at, where we're going, and then Mr. Strain will talk to you about the work that we could award and get some of these projects done.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Harding.
Thank you, Richard Harding, to Mayor and Council. We'd like to talk to you about the sanitary sewer system with the District of Culet and just sort of give an update for the sewer system based on the potential growth that's likely to occur in the district. Let's go to the next slide. Oh, we got technical. There we go. So what we have on the screen here is the district's sanitary sewer network, which consists of 14 lift stations and which ultimately discharge into a lagoon system and out through an outfall. We also show on there is that the district shares the outfall with a fish processing force main, which was installed about 2000, which goes from Seaplane Base Road and makes its way network, and it discharges to post treatment of the lagoon system, and they combine to discharge about 1.5 kilometers out into the inlet. So what we have on here is where the sanitary sewer system is currently challenges it faces is the Hemlock Lift Station is the primary challenge. It's currently at capacity. One thing that was done in the last year was relocating the discharge of the Nora Force Main lift station to Rainforest to move it to Big Beach to help and relieve some of the flow going into the Hemlock Station. As well, it was also done was Big Beach Force Main was directed up to Peninsula Road and taken away from when the Rainforest Drive subdivision was first done. There was a temporary connection where it discharged to the Victoria Road lift station to utilize that as a temporary measure. And last year that was corrected, and the force main was then discharged up to Peninsula, which now flows directly to Helen Road. Next slide. So back in 2024, the district came to us noting that there was going to be a significant change in growth compared to what we'd looked at under the previous master plan, which was reviewing the 2020 official community plan, which noted a steady growth of about 1% at that time. So what we first noticed was it was anticipated to see the district was going to grow by 15% over the next 2 years. And then subsequently, 5 years by 54%, 10 years 80%, and then that build out 71%. So a total growth of about 200% compared to the official community plan growth. So this, with these amount of units coming online, that presented a significant challenge to the district's sanitary system. Next slide, please. So when we further talked with staff, we asked where this projected dwelling units would occur, and we asked, we drilled down into the different catchment areas. There's about 16 different catchment areas where the district, where the dwellings were anticipated to grow, and this chart just shows a table of where those units were anticipated between now and build out. Next slide. And the next slide is just corresponding to a projected population. So how we calculated the population projection was we looked at Stats BC, and Stats BC anticipated based on a population of about 2.07 people per unit, and that's just dividing the population by the number of units at the time of the census. And so we use that as a planning tool to predict sort of what population would be. And that population then was broken down into each sewage catchment area. And also I wanted to note on there, sorry, Kim, we also incorporated the Hitachi, which discharges into the district's sewage system just into the force main on Helen, so just before the lagoon. So when we drill down further, we looked at the current district standards, and the district standards were had a gap after about 5,000 people, the current subdivision bylaw. So in order to look at the higher population projection of about 12,000 people, we also looked at the master municipal contract documents called or MMCD referred to, and their design guidelines to look at how the flow rates would look beyond the 5,000 population, as the district standards above 5,000 tend to be quite conservative, as it hadn't been anticipated at that time when these bylaw was drafted. So just on the screen there, it just sort of shows that under the district's standards around 10,000 people, the design flow was about 188 liters a second compared to the MMCD, which was about 150 liters a second. It's a bit technical drill down, but it just wants to show that the infrastructure has to work a lot harder with the design standards, which don't go above 5,000. Next slide. So how does that relate to the district? So we looked at each of the lift stations where each catchment area came down to. It showed that Hemlock, which is the second line there, it's showing that it's currently at capacity. It's at issues right now, and operations are currently seeing that. And what we did in this line here is we compared the district standards on the top compared to the MMCD on the bottom, just to show what triggers what we're anticipating, what flows will be each catchment area will be receiving. And so what we have on red is in black, the current lift station pumps can handle that flow. And when it turns to red, that flow exceeds what the pumps are able to do. So it shows when those pumps those lift stations need an upgrade from a capacity perspective. Next slide. Then we also looked at each catchment area. We looked at the gravity sewers and the force mains leading to these lift stations, where there was areas that were under capacity and when they would be achieved. And so in this table here, we just sort of show areas. We showed the gravity pipe leading to the Hemlock lift station. It's having challenges currently, and it sort of lists in priority and by conditions where these current infrastructure are having challenges. Yeah. Next slide. So one thing I skipped through until this slide is showing the lagoon. Lagoon is built, and it has a licensed capacity with the Ministry of Environment, and it also has a treatment capacity. And that treatment capacity is based on an average day capacity of about 1,855 cubic meters a day, or a peak daily flow of 4,750. So that allows for variability, like heavy rains versus your average days are typically what you see for sewage in the summer period. And what I wanted to highlight here is on the dashed line is the projected growth. So it's showing that the treatment capacity. Oh, let me step back here. The yellow line is assuming essentially the rate standards are of 350 liters per capita per day. So each person contributes 350 liters of effluent to the lift station. We know that for tourist accommodation, that usually drops to about 250. So in the red line, I show, assuming a half and half distribution between permanent residents and tourist accommodation units, that flow should be about 300 liters per capita per day on average.
So can I interrupt for 1 sec? What's the y-axis on this graph?
So on the left is dwelling units. So that's a combination of permanent and tourist accommodation. And then on the bottom is the years. So that's how many units are within the system. And so the starting point was 1,921, which is essentially permanent units, tourist accommodation, dwelling units, and the about 100 from Hitachi. And then the dashed line is the projected growth in dwelling units. And we assumed a build-out year of 2050 for this particular graph. The gray line represents a consistent annual growth of 5%. The blue line there represents a consistent growth of 3%. And the black line represents a consistent growth of 1%, which was the 2020 OCP. So it's what it shows is the lagoon, when the lagoon trigger, which is an expensive capital cost, that shows when it's anticipated that the lagoon will need an upgrade. As well as we'll have to talk to the Ministry of Environment to discuss the license too, because at that point we would be exceeding our license discharge. And at this point, I'd like to turn over the presentation to Kevin. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next few slides focus a bit more on some of the proposed improvements and implementation coming out of the study. And again, kind of just following on Chris's comment there, these are based on the proposed growth projections, and so the actual timelines may vary depending on when that growth is seen. However, to start off with, under the existing conditions scenario, it was noted that there were a few areas that were already under capacity. Those include the Hemlock Road pump station, the gravity sewer along Hemlock Road leading up to the pump station, as well as the gravity sewer along Helen Road. One note on here is just project number 3 at that time was identified as a required upgrade as well. However, since that time, further investigation has confirmed a discrepancy in the record information of that sewer, and we've confirmed that it, in fact, does have adequate capacity under existing conditions. The next slide shows what was called the now condition, or the next kind of 2-year outlook at that time, 2025, 2026. Anticipated immediate growth, and that identified the next batch of projects that were on the verge of requiring upgrades. That included the Big Beach pump station, the Big Beach force main, Peninsula Road gravity sewer, and small sections of gravity sewer on Marine Drive. As we move out into the following scenarios, again, these will be dependent on the growth that's realized. But as we get out into the growth projections for the 5-year scenario, that includes additional proposed improvements, including the wastewater treatment plant, which Chris touched on, the Peninsula Road pump station, the force main associated with the Peninsula Road pump station, the Leash Road gravity sewer, Cedar Road gravity sewer, and additional gravity sewers on Peninsula Road and Cypress. And this map shows the location of the proposed improvements required under the 10-year growth scenario, including the Fraser Lane pump station, Helen Road pump station, Helen Road force main, Marine Drive Gravity Sewer, Imperial Lane Force Main, and Marine Drive Pump Station. And then ultimately looking further out into the OCP build-out scenario, that time at a design population of 12,277. Additional improvements would be required for the Nora Road Pump Station, Bay Street Pump Station, Eber Road and Foreshore Gravity Sewers, and Peninsula Road Gravity Sewer. The next few slides just talk about the associated cost estimates for those proposed improvements, and this slide is just a background on the basis of those cost estimates. So our engineering association has a basis for cost estimating. At this stage, we'd use what is defined as a Class D cost estimate, which is plus or minus 50%, and is based on costs of similar projects. This slide is a summary of the cost estimates for the existing conditions projects, including the projects that were reviewed under the previous map slide, and they total up to a cost estimate of $2.28 million. The next round of projects under the 2025-2026 now scenario totals up to approximately $4.288 million. And then getting out into the 5-year scenario, as is touched on previous, the wastewater treatment plant is a large portion of that, driving up the price for these projects to approximately $47 million. And the 10-year scenario cost estimates totaled up to approximately $10.8 million. And the remaining projects that build out totaling approximately $7.6 million. And just noting here that these estimates include a 50% contingency allowance and associated inflation factor depending on the time period associated with those cost estimates. And then we just wanted to open it up to any questions on the subject.
Thank you. Does council have any questions? Can you stop sharing your screen so I can see Councillor Anderson, please? Oh, did you have your hand up, Councillor Anderson?
I did. I have a quick question, if that's okay.
Yep, go for it.
Well, through the mayor, thank you very much for the presentation. Yeah, I guess it's a little spooky seeing the graph and seeing where we're at with capacity. I guess my question might be a little hard to answer, but where we stand right now, how many doors or how many units do you think, based on what each door represents here, how many doors do we have left in the lagoon, even with the build out? And then where do we go after that? So once the lagoon is maxed out, and I realize that you said, this is something that has to go through the Minister of Environment as well, to figure out what we can put out. But then I guess my question is how much do we have left? How many doors can we put in with what we have with the expansion of the lagoon? And then what's next after that? Do we have to go with a different solution after that?
Through the mayor and council, you have approximately about 1,000 units left from the 1921 before you achieve the capacity of the existing lagoon. With regards to build out and the capacity of the lagoon, that would have to look at treatment, and that's treatment can be a very pre-treatment. There's space for looking at it, there's not a lot of space to expand the lagoon capacity given the geographic or the topographical nature of where the lagoon is to add more cells. There is the current location between the building where there's dried bag area that needs to be removed, but that's going to limit your capacity. Most likely, looking at the flows that we're looking at is a pre-treatment building and the lagoon system, and look at designing that capacity to match your build out ultimately, and whether that can be phased, that needs to be looked at. How that would look, that needs to look in more detail to speak to that right now. But then what we would do is we would be working together with the Ministry of Environment, or the designer would be working with the Ministry of Environment to look at increasing the discharge of the lagoon to match the build out. So the capacity could be there. It just means you're going to have to treat the effluent to that anticipated flow rate. I don't know if that answers your question. But,
Yeah, it does, I guess. And I guess the tough question here is, do you think that it's gonna come a time, as you said, that we may outgrow our geography down there and might have to put a treatment center somewhere else?
To answer that question, we'll have to look at what pre-treatment structure can look like and what it can handle. I can't really answer your question at that point. We're looking at that in detail, but you'll significantly improve your capacity. As to what number, I don't have that number handy right now, but you'll get a lot more years out of that site with a pre-treatment in that location. Moving it to another site would require a lot of linear infrastructure to move it to where that site is, because your system is currently built to direct all the effluent to that location.
Right. And that's sort of the nature of my question was, are we putting a lot of money into the infrastructure that we're using to use the force mains and the gravity mains to get it out to High Focus Island? And I almost wonder if we'd be better off looking at a new location now, as opposed to putting in all these sort of Band-Aid solutions. But I mean, I guess I'm talking worst case scenario, right?
Speaking to the solutions are basically lots of it are driven by growth and development, where that development occurs. So a lot of the impact is, and also the nature of Ucluelet itself with the up and down. That's where there's a lot of lift stations. It's being topographically being a peninsula, and gravity only likes to flow downhill, so we have to move that along each way, and to optimize that. Is a challenging. A lot of the infrastructure too is aging as well. So part of this is the number of units where they're occurring and exceeding what the design life of the existing infrastructure that was there. So, but to answer your question, is the lagoon? The lagoon is chosen because that's the effluent has been chosen to go north to south or to that location, and it's the best location right now for your current system. And there could be studies to look at moving that, but there's also, I think, wise to look at what treatment can be achieved at that site as well.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Anderson. I thought we had one more cell that we could develop at our current lagoon. Is that not right?
To your mayor, yes. When the lagoon was when the liners were installed, there's currently the sludge was removed and put into a drying bags, and those drying bags sit on where there's room for one more cell.
That's what I thought. Great, thank you.
Oh, one more. Can I jump in with one more? Sorry,
yeah,
I forgot.
Go ahead.
One other question. We recently had. Were you working with Acoustics at all for their project on High Focus? Was that Coors?
For the development project?
Right.
I think that's KWL was working on behalf of the developer there.
Okay.
We've reviewed the development on behalf of the district.
See, if I remember correctly, Acoustics gave a presentation and said that they believed a couple interesting things about the lagoons, and one of them was that they said up to 80%. I guess during that peak wet weather, could be infiltration. What are your thoughts on that statement?
The district is definitely experiencing high INI levels in different catchment areas. That we'd noted that in the master plan. Mostly the significant one is the Bay catchment area. Those are definitely places to look at, but they're also INI is also very expensive to address, but it needs to be addressed in a staged plan. With regard, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, sorry, you go ahead.
It's with regards to 80%. That's a fairly high number. I'd like to comment on that. I've only seen that in a couple of catchments, so I would be hesitant to go at that high a number. But it's definitely a significant impact.
Right. And how big? And I know that I think you just mentioned this, but how difficult have you had experience with basically trying to fix this issue? I mean, it sounds like it's pretty involved. That's what you're saying. I would assume that you have to use sensors and cameras to figure this out, or do you know what we'd be looking at to be able to establish just what the level would look like? You said it is a phased situation.
Typically, the most common method to address that is through cammering each line and smoke testing. Smoke testing is the more economical, and then you work your way into cammering each main.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
All right. If there are no other questions, I'd like to thank Chris and Kevin for your presentation. And it'd be great to have a copy of your PowerPoint because it wasn't included in our package.
Oh, absolutely. I'm surprised I wasn't, but absolutely.
That'd be
Thank
great.
you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I think we can knock two quick ones off before taking a break. The next report is titled Construction Contract Award, Sanitary Sewer Projects, and it will be presented by Mike Strain, Project Director of CAPEX Projects.
Mayor, again, if I could introduce Mike,
Sure.
Mr. Strain, I should say. And another reason to have Mr. Dugan and Mr. Downey here with us is this tender package being awarded. But Mr. Strain is our district engineer right now, representative, and so I'll let him go ahead and outline the work. And some of the work is, of course, in line with some of the presentation you just heard from our engineering firm. So, Mr. Strain, I'll introduce you. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you for the introduction. Pleased to be here and pleased to meet you, Mayor and Council. The report before you right now is for the immediate needs for the sanitary sewer system. There is a revision that's required on the recommendation there to revise the sanitary sewer projects. It should be 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, and 9. This is for the Hemlock Lift Station, the Hemlock Gravity, the Helen Road Gravity, Big Beach Pump Upgrades, Big Beach Force Main, and the Marine Drive Gravity Sewer Parts 1 and 2. So it was the Marine Drive Gravity Sewer Parts 1 and 2 that were added to the recommendation there. So detailed design was complete in September, and a tender was issued October 9th, closed November 18th. 6 bids were received. We're recommending award and contract execution to the low compliant bidder, Hazelwood, and recommending a total project budget to also be approved.
Just to clarify, revision on the number of projects, but the cost remains the same as presented in the report.
Correct.
Oh, that's better value.
Bonus.
So the recommendation would include 8 and 9, I'm assuming.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Strain? No? If not, Councillor Anderson?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I just wanted to jump in. This might not be for nice to meet you. We haven't met in person yet, but Mr. Strain. My question was, it might even be something more for Tyler or Mr. Cadman, and it may be a silly question to ask at this point, but it's a big number. So I thought at 4.6 million, when we're talking earlier today about DCCs, my question is if we award a bid like this today, and then we have, say a few projects make it over the line in the next year, can we assign those DCCs towards something like this? So is this an infrastructure project? Can we do this in a posthumous way? Or when we agree to do something like this, does it become a challenge to use DCCs towards like something like this 4.6 million, even though that would be 12 months out, say, what we're saying about DCCs. But can DCCs only be used for now and future projects, or can we put it towards something like this after the fact, if that makes sense?
Through the mayor, great question. I actually had to look this up also while we're looking into the DCC projects. So you can apply it retrospectively. The one thing that you can't do is if you borrow, you can't use it to pay off the interest, but you can use it retrospectively to pay for the original cost of the project.
Great answer. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff or Mr. Strain? Seeing none, there's two recommendations and they can be read together. And there is maybe I should read them because there is a correction. I'll move that council authorize the mayor and corporate officer to award and execute a contract between the District of Ucluelet and Hazelwood Construction Services, Inc. for $3,359,170 plus GST for the construction of sanitary sewer projects 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, and 9, as outlined in report number 25-35, and that council authorize a total project budget of $4,690,299, which includes construction, design, contingency, and all associated project costs. Councillor Noel seconds. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? None opposed, that carries. All right. The next report is titled Notice of Land Disposition, Vancouver Island Regional Library, and it will be presented by Abby Fortune, Director of Community Services.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. Before you, you have a recommendation to issue a notice of property disposition for a 5-year lease for the Vancouver Island Regional Library. This is a requirement pursuant to Section 26 of the Community Charter for municipal lease space. As you know, the library provides an invaluable service to the community and is one of the anchor tenants of the UCC. Once the notice of disposition of land for the library is completed, we will be able to enter into a 5-year lease with VIRL. The annual increase has been set at 2% for a total collection of $164,955 over a 5-year period of time. Is there any questions?
Any questions for Ms. Fortune? They've been a tenant since the opening of the community center in 2010.
That is correct.
Awesome. Okay, seeing no questions, there is a recommendation.
Jen, it's got your name all over it.
I knew. I had
Sorry,
a feeling
Jen.
it was going to get lobbed this way. I will move that council authorize staff to issue a public notice of property disposition for a portion of Lot A, Plan VIP 569363, District Lot 281, Clayoquot Land District, except Plan VIP 8156595, Library Room 109, 500 Matterson Drive, by way of a 5-year lease with the Vancouver Island Regional Library from January 1st, 2026 to December 31st, 2030, at the following monthly rates, plus GST. $2,641.46 from January 1st, 2026 to December 31st, 2026. $2,694.29 from January 1st, 2027 to December 31st, 2027. $2,748.18 from January 1st, 2028 to December 31st, 2028. $2,803.14 from January 1st, 2029 to December 31st, 2029. And $2,859.20 from January 1st, 2030 to December 31st, 2030.
Thank you, Councillor Hoare. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second that.
Councillor Anderson seconds. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? None opposed. That carries. Thank you. I think we will call a break now at 7:16. What should we do, 15 minutes? 15 minutes? Okay. Because we still have a couple of presentations to get through, so 7:17, calling a break. All right, we'll bring this meeting back to order at 7:40. The next report is a verbal report titled November 25th, 2025, Special Committee of the Whole Meeting Recommendations. It will be presented by Florence Pelshaw, Corporate Services Coordinator.
Thank you. Through the mayor, at its November 25, 2025 Special Committee of the Whole meeting, the committee made some recommendations for council's consideration. A recommendation from a committee of the whole is not a formal resolution until it is adopted by council, which is why staff are bringing these motions back before you tonight so they can be made actionable should council choose to formalize them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Flo? There are three recommendations, and I believe they should be read separately. Does anybody have them?
I'll move, or I'll recommend or move. Can I move? I can move.
You can move.
I'll move. I'll move that council directs staff to report back with a wildlife attractant bylaw.
I'll second.
Thank you, Councillor Mafty. Councillor Hoare, any further discussion?
Just a quick comment. That was a great meeting. I was glad I wasn't there because I'm in that business a little bit, but I think you guys did a great job, and I was really pleased to see that the CO officers were there, and this bylaw is long overdue, so I look forward to seeing it here. So it was good work, you guys.
Any further discussion? No, seeing none, all in favor? None opposed, that carries.
I'll further move that council directs staff to investigate a pilot project for community garbage bin collection at Lot 13, First Light Development, and report back with options and costs for implementation.
Second.
Thanks, Councillor Mafty. Councillor Hoare seconds. Any further discussion?
I was not at that meeting either. I think that this is a critical one. We've got a real bear issue for a significant portion of the year, and at the end of the day, the reality, and this is no criticism directed at anyone, but the way that we collect and dispose of and process garbage in the community it creates too many opportunities for people who don't follow the rules or who can't follow the rules, and at the end of the day, like, you know, the bears suffer for it, and we do too. So I think if this pilot project works, we should be quick to capitalize on its success or learn from its failures, because I think we need to come up with different solutions. So I'm saying that in the spirit of positivity and constructive optimism.
Thank you, Councillor Mafty. Any further discussions?
I'm with you. What we have right now is not working well.
Absolutely.
Animals.
Yep. Okay, all in favor? None opposed, that carries.
I'll finally move that council directs staff to investigate a wildlife safety response officer model and include funding options for consideration in the 2025-2030 budget approval process.
I'll second.
Thank you, Councillor Mafty. Councillor Hoare, any further discussion?
I think it's wonderful, but I think it would be wonderful if that was more of a regional officer as opposed just to a Hewlett officer, but I look forward to seeing how staff presents that to us.
Mayor, if I could comment on that. So I have reached out and actually met with CEO of Tofino and the CEO of ACRD on this specific topic. And so once we do some work on it, we'll come back and see if all three can share in the cost.
That'd be great. Thank you.
That's awesome. Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? None opposed, that carries. The next report is titled Construction Contract 1920 Peninsula Road Storm Sewer, and it will be presented by Mike Strain, Project Director, Capex Projects.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and Council. This report is for the 1920 Peninsula Road storm. There's an open ditch at 1920 Peninsula Road cutting across the property to be replaced with 85 meters of underground storm main under a new statutory right-of-way to allow development to proceed and protect the utility for the future access and maintenance. Design is complete and tender was issued from November 12th to December 4th. 5 bids were submitted, and we're recommending award and contract execution to the low compliant bidder, Napit Industries. And we're also requesting the total project budget be approved. Thank you.
And so the this bid was for $352,387, and the total budget project is $532,300. Correct?
Correct.
And where exactly is 1920 Peninsula Road? What's the intersection there?
Right next to Image West.
Ah, I thought.
Say it's that the T intersection basically.
Yeah,
By
that's been a problem section for quite some time.
It is, Mayor, and also just to remind council, it's this needs to be done to actually allow that development to proceed. That's currently in currently has its PLA and building permit, or at least it's DP and PLA.
They've applied for a development permit and building permit.
That's the lot next door to Image West.
Correct, and the lot that this work would occur on.
Okay, great. Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, there is a recommendation, and it can be read together, the two of them. Do you want me to read it?
By all means.
Okay. I will move that council authorize the mayor and corporate officer to award and execute a contract between the District of Ucluelet and Napit Industries 2006 Inc. for $352,387 plus GST for the construction of storm sewer at 1920 Peninsula Road, and that council authorize a total project budget of $532,300, which includes construction, design, contingency, and all associated project costs. Councillor Noel seconds. Any further discussion?
So this has to happen before the development can happen on that site? Is that correct?
Correct.
I know the big open sewage, or not storm, whatever it is, the open ditch.
The water.
basically. Formerly frog habitat.
Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, all in favor? None opposed, that carries. The next report is titled Zoning Bylaw Update, Communications and Engagement Strategy, and it will be presented by Mr. Brown, Director of Planning and Strategic Initiatives, and Nancy Henderson and Aaron Penner from Urban Systems.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to quickly turn it over to Nancy and her team, Nancy and Aaron here, but I just wanted to say, we are moving very quickly on this item. Before you is an engagement strategy for that work. The recommendation is essentially to receive the report for information, but I would say if council sees anything in there that they think we've absolutely missed or want to add or something that needs to be changed, your direction would be greatly appreciated. Or if it's just something subtle or someone that you think we should absolutely be connecting with through this process, please don't hesitate to fire me an email and I'll get that to Nancy and her team. Not normally a process we would use, but you know your community very well, and that would just help us round out the plan. So small things, please fire an email. But if it is something quite large, I think a motion from council would be appreciated. Nancy.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mayor and Council, we have a brief agenda today to go through the draft engagement strategy. We wanted to outline some of the events and tactics that we're proposing to use, and as Mr. Brown mentioned, we have identified some potential community groups and so on to involve in the process, but that's just off the top of our heads, and we really need staff and council's inputs to make sure that we're reaching out to the proper agencies and groups to participate in the process. So just in terms of just really wanting to provide a high level overview for council with an opportunity to provide feedback before we get too far, there will be other opportunities for council to provide feedback as we go along this process in terms of engagement. And this really is for the phase 2 of the work that we've just completed or made a lot of progress towards phase 1, but phase 2 is intended to start basically tomorrow, prepping for the next phase of the project, which is a comprehensive zoning bylaw review. But we have identified through HAF and through discussions with staff and previously with council, feeding into that comprehensive zoning bylaw review, which is intended to sort of simplify the process and reduce commonly requested interpretation or common interpretation issues where the district's required legal opinion. As we've mentioned tonight with like short-term rentals, for example, it's quite a web of regulations that we want to like simplify and clarify for the community. So some of the major boulders, if you will, as part of the process will be regarding like looking at gentle density and infill options, multifamily pre-zoning analysis and considerations where like some sites based on proximity and likelihood of development will be looked at for potential like consideration of pre-zoning for increased density, as well as just reviewing the whole short-term rental review and analysis. And we know that these are going to be important components of this bylaw that we want to kind of pull out and engage with council and the community on, because typically zoning bylaws don't, as a regulatory document, don't seek that much community interest. And so there might be other things that come out as being important to the community that we haven't really thought of, such as like home occupancy or things like that, that we will certainly address through that process and can also like weave into this engagement strategy. So we do want to, we've identified, you know, some of the interest holders and then recommended approaches for engagement that do meet our work plan budget that we've put forward. You can always do more engagement. It does come with budget implications. So what we would suggest is if you kind of don't like the building blocks that we're putting before you, let us know. We could try to replace them with something of sort of equal value, if you will, or we're going to have a conversation about if you wanted to do more, like what that could potentially cost. Although I think what's being presented in terms of comparisons to other like highly engaged communities, it's a pretty solid engagement strategy. So we are, like our objectives is to make sure that we're all speaking consistently about what this project's all about. We want to build trust in the community through transparency and opportunities to also, you know, participate and learn more about the process. And then also, you know, some of these are about how you're going to grow as a community and putting zoning in place to facilitate that. So it's an opportunity to comment and be engaged on that as well. And we want to make sure that, you know, we have venues and approaches that are accessible and that cultural sensitivity is a consideration as we go through this process. And then again, sort of aligning messages and building on the values and visions that's already outlined in the OCP is part of the objectives. In terms of keeping the community informed, as in terms of tactics, if you will, is like the project website, using community information, brochures, making sure that the community can find information on like what are zoning bylaws, who do they work, who does it apply to, how does it apply to me, or how does it impact me, why should I be interested? We see consulting in the community first starting out with a survey. And this is something we'd want to draft very soon, and then hoping to launch in early January in advance of our first engagement open house. We would take an initial view of the results leading into that open house is our intention, so that we can understand where the community is at and then try to provide some answers or, you know, in the open house regarding like where the community has its concerns. But our intention at this time would be to recommend keeping the survey open until not long after the open house, so those that weren't aware have an opportunity to complete it. And then from there, we'd go into an open house. We're thinking towards the end of February or sort of mid to late February, where the community could come out in person and sort of interact with the consultant team on these different topics and staff as well. And then we do foresee a development community workshop for those that are in the industry trying to build things. They have different, more technical questions that we want to make sure that we're aware of. And we did identify that one of these could be virtual and one could be in person potentially, just so that there are developers that are operating in Ucluelet that are living outside the community. So, and maybe less of a time commitment for them to appear virtually. Once we have sort of an outline and direction as to where the zoning bylaw is going, we kind of thought we could check in with the community and basically have we got it right through a virtual community workshop, and then respond, to those initial comments and make sure that we're kind of have the community's thoughts and interests addressed. And then from there, we would provide the draft zoning bylaw online as well, which would give the community the opportunity to review and provide comments before returning to council for consideration of readings. And as part of the process, there would also be agency referrals to different government agencies and other community organizations that would have the opportunity to comment, like, for example, the school board would be one, and, Ministry of Transportation and Transit and different agencies. And then, so as noted, we're really looking for council's feedback. If you're not feeling like you have it on you tonight, like what would be appreciated in terms of, we'll brainstorm agencies with and potential interest groups with staff. But if council has some ideas, and we just took a stab at it, so we think that you guys might be able to provide us some additional community organizations to include to interest lists and make sure we have a really comprehensive basically a group that we can be communicating with and doing mail outs and invitations, for example. And then we do plan on launching that survey in early 2026, which we would use, the channels and like the social media page and UK Mail and so on to broadcast out there. And always helpful when council is sharing those posts and with your network as well, so that we have a broad reach to the community. And that concludes my presentation. Please, if you have any input, we'd greatly appreciate it. And we're really just looking for you to provide informal comments at this time and receive the report.
Great, thank you very much. It looks like a pretty comprehensive list, but I guess if anybody has other ideas, we can contact you directly or contact Mr. Brown. Okay. And what is your sort of completion date? It says all this is going to take place over the winter. Do you have sort of this is the end date?
The proposed end date that we're aiming for is June. We would really like to have this wrapped up prior to July and the summer season. We do, these documents often take a year, but what we would like to do is expedite it as much as possible so that you have a clear direction and it's behind you as you sort of go into the fall next year. And I know the summer season can be very busy in the community, so we'd really like to wrap it up towards the end of June.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any questions for Nancy? Okay, I think there's just one recommendation to receive the report. Does anybody want to make that? Councillor Hoare?
I will move that council receive the report titled Zoning Bylaw Update Communications and Engagement Strategy dated December 9th, 2025 for information.
Thank you, Councillor Hoare. Do I have a seconder?
I will second.
Councillor Mafty seconds. Any further discussion?
Just thank you, Nancy and the gang. Again, you guys came into this in September. You're checking off a bunch of boxes. We're here. I think this report looks good, and I think you guys you'll find pretty quickly once you get in there that you'll get your feedback that you're looking for. So thanks again for taking this on.
Seeing no other questions, all in favor? None opposed. That carries. Thank you. The last report is titled Operating Budget 2026 to 2030, and it will be presented by Mr. Cadman, Director of Finance.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, let's see if I can get this into presentation mode. Okay. All right, thank you, Mayor, and everybody that stuck around for this. I was hoping to get everybody out by 8 o'clock, but that might be a stretch. Yeah, I do want to apologize for the delay in getting the slides to you. There's been a lot of iterations of this, and there's been a lot of change, frankly, with this year, and so I do apologize for that. I would also like to thank senior staff, all staff, and the consultants that are working with us for getting costs in and getting this operating budget in front of you. I think I'd like to keep it pretty high level just because there is a lot of filters coming through as we get towards year end. This doesn't take into account year end transfers or anything like that. So we'll be going much more in depth in January, taking into account those year end transfers, projects that carry forward to next year. And after we have a better chance to provide some analysis on the budget itself and some discussions with staff. This is basically taking staff budgets, compiling them together, but we haven't had a great opportunity to dive into them and come up with potential cost savings. So that will come in January. I'd also like to highlight and thank both Mr. Harding and Tyler for some opinions on the budgeting process this year. In the past, we've proposed a bulk budget. In Nanaimo, they do things a little differently, where they propose a base operating budget with business cases and what those property tax implications are. So that gives council a better ability to review new things that are coming on board and make those decisions. So you'll see that in January, which is a note that I would like to bring forward, and also like to thank the new people in this room that are bringing new things from new areas. So that's exciting. I'll also try and keep this quick. So just to go over, we've already seen this before. So November and December was compiling the operation and capital budgets. This will be coming back to you in January with a higher level of analysis along with the property tax implications. And then based on that feedback, either they'll come back to council or we'll continue with moving forward with the bylaws. There was a note that we need to celebrate our wins a bit more, and that's what this slide is. I think one thing that we always keep focusing on is the finish line keeps pushing, and we don't celebrate the wins that we have achieved so far. I've been here for just over a year and a half, and for a town this small, it's pretty impressive, some of the projects that we've completed. And I think as part of this year's budgeting process in the open house, taking a chance to celebrate some of the wins that we have done is both a testament to you guys as a council and to the community as a whole, and what we've been able to achieve. So this will go into further review in January, but I think it's important just to have a slide on there. Okay, into the operational highlights. So like I said, this will likely change as we get into January with year-end transfers and as some of the costs become more actualized. So on the revenue side, we're seeing a 3.61 decrease in total budget operating revenues. This is mostly from a quite significant decrease in interest revenue. There's been chatter about us having lots of money, and a lot of that is sitting in reserves as we've been saving up before we move into a construction phase. So this was very much to be expected. As we start expending money, the interest revenue will obviously decrease. A big note also is the utility rates do need to be reviewed. Once we get further into the slides, you can see sewer, we're in good shape for operating. It's not contributing to capital. But for water, we are actively using property taxes to contribute into water operations. On the expense side, we're based on this forecasted 9% increase in operating expenses. So some of these are set. So 2.65% is just from wages. We have a union based on QP agreements. This is also a bit higher than forecasted. Previously, we didn't budget to have a full complement of staff. So now that we are starting to fill out our complement of staff, there's also an increase in this as well. 0.65% is for a proposed new recreation position. A business case for this will get brought forward in the January presentation. 2.5% is from the water treatment plant debt. So this is basically, they say the chicken's coming home to roost, I think the sayings go. And so this is something that we committed to previously, And this, I don't know if the cost was necessarily stated and what that would mean, but this is the water treatment debt impact, which is at this point a fixed cost. And the 3.19% is the remaining operating increase. With inflation around 3%, I don't see this being a huge issue. We'll get more into this with my analysis in January, but just based on high level review, it doesn't seem to be that big of an issue. All right. So this is a high level change of what we're experiencing in the change from 2025 to 2026. So the revenues and the expenses, as I've said, we have the 3.61% decrease in revenues and the 9% increase in expense. We're forecasting a 5.13% change in property taxes. That's not exclusively on general taxation. I have a slide that breaks out the different things in there. Like I said, this could change, and we'll likely bring back a lower case with options for council to include and what that exact property tax implication will be. So this is just a summary of operations for the 5 years. I mean, it was great having the sewer presentation as we started to dial in these capital plans and also what that means on increased operating expenses. 27 through 2030 will change, but I think we have a pretty good forecast of 2026. We know that the water treatment plant will lead to some increased operating for sure. And then just as I say, as we dial in our capital planning and building out what those operational expense changes will be, this will update. And then ideally what we get to is where we can forecast what the property taxation change will be for the next 5 years. That way when council adopts our 5-year financial plan, you know what the next 5 years roughly will look like. So the community has a sense of what's actually coming down the pipe. So this is a breakdown of operational revenues per department. You can see there's a few outliers. Most of them are staying pretty close to inflation. Emergency services is going up 61%. That could be higher depending on how our ACRD negotiations go. We'll also be coming back to council for negotiations with updating the fire service contracts with both the nations as well. So that'll be coming forward in 2026. Cemetery, 15% decrease, but that's just bringing it in line with what we're actually receiving. The impact on budget is very minimal. Parks, that's also from the ACRD. That's our contribution for taking care of the path between here and Tofino. Planning, not a significant amount of change. Admin, also, it shows a big decrease in percentage, but realistically, that's 15, 18 grand, and that's just bringing budget in line with actuals. Small communities grant, we just include that in operating because we can put that to wherever we want to. It's just fun for small communities. It's basically just the province sending us money to help top us up. Interest, you see the big decrease, as I've stated. That's because we're starting to spend reserves as we start moving into construction phase. Water, not a huge amount of change. Sewer, there's an increase there as we're forecasting. We can do a better job of capturing our costs. So when we do connections, we're forecasting that we can do a better job of recouping some of those costs that we pay out. Any questions on anything I've gone over? I'm getting through this pretty quick.
Sorry, I got a quick one. Oh, sorry, someone else going?
Go ahead, Councillor Anderson.
Construction phase. Can you just explain that real quick?
Yeah, for sure. So, for example, the water treatment plant, that has been in discussion since 2020, maybe earlier. And so it's been on the docket of how we're going to fund it. And so as we've been building up funds to pay for these things, we've been investing it. So our interest revenue is higher. Next year, we have the water treatment plant going through. We have the Sani 5 going through. We're potentially looking at putting the hard service sports facility through. There's the boat launch. There's the skate park. So we're moving from a planning and feasibility into a building and construction and bringing forward these projects.
Perfect. Thank you.
Quick question. I thought water and sewer were self-funding and that no taxation went toward that.
That would be ideal. So our harbor is self-funding. Mm-hmm. Water and sewer in an ideal state would be self-funding, especially on the operations, with even potentially some going towards capital. That is not the case for us. That is in a separate slide. We'll show you what that actually looks like, but it's not self-funding.
Okay, good. Thank you.
So this is the tax side, like I mentioned. So in here we have the property general purposes set at 5%. That will be subject to change as we dial in our capital and operating budgets. The TELUS 1% and the BC Hydro 1%. That's been something that we've discussed in council about reviewing. As you can see, they're both decreasing. The TELUS is quite substantial in percentage. Budgetarily, it's not a huge impact, but I think it is something to look at and make sure that other people are contributing their fair share to our operating. The federal properties, that's essentially what the we get for the federal properties that are owned. The feds pay property tax based on the mill rates and for the assessed values. They do have some discretion on what they pay for. So we had a few properties that were dropped last year. So they have some discretion, and then it gets those assessed values get applied at our mill rates. The current tax penalty, interest on delinquent, and interest on arrears, those are all increasing as our property taxes increase. Those will go up also. So not a huge amount of change there. On the expense side, we can go through some of the outliers. So on the recreation side, there's a 9% change. A portion of that is from the Amphitrite House pump out costs, which have been higher than forecasted. With the new bathrooms coming online, there's increased janitorial. And then included in that is the potential new position, which, like I said, the business case will be coming forward to council as part of the January presentation. On the emergency services side, there's a 5% increase. Inclusive of that is extra funds going to stipends. So from 31 to 51,000 for volunteer stipends. Cemetery, there's a decrease in expenses just in line with actuals. So we're actually cutting the cost more than the decrease in revenue. So in parks, there's a 3% increase, which is essentially inflation. Same with public works. Planning, there's a reduction. There's some realignment going on in the planning department. And so that as that realignment goes through, we're expecting a decrease in the planning department costs. Bylaw, there's a 12% reduction. That was just based on my analysis. Oh, there's two parts in there. Based on my analysis, I think we could bring costs down closer to actuals. Previously we paid for a software that managed short-term rentals. The province has taken that on now, which has reduced it by, I think it was around $16,000 a year. So that's a nice cost savings. Admin is showing a pretty significant increase. That's with showing a full complement of admin staff. Also, we moved one of the planning department positions that will be repurposed into the communications coordinator, which is moving into admin. So that's why it shows a significant increase. Council 1.81%, that's less than inflation. Debt shows a big increase, and that's the water treatment plant coming online. If you push out to 2027, you can see another additional increase. That's because the short-term debt we're expecting will be around 200, and at this point, the long-term debt we're forecasting will lock in around $450,000 a year.
Hey, Mr.
Yep.
Can I ask a quick question? Like emergency service, is that locked in right now? Have you talked to Chief Geddes about this like extensively? Like, is this where we're at this point, or is there still some negotiation in there with other expenses coming up? And one of the things that I was wondering about is just the benefits package. I thought I'd heard that maybe Chief Geddes was speaking to potentially another broker. Is that happening, or are we past that, or have you heard about that? Am I just springing this on you randomly?
Through the mayor, so Chief did prep me that you'd likely ask that question. We did meet with Corey, who is our benefits representative, yesterday. And so she did bring a proposal. So that will likely get brought forward in January as part of those business cases that I was discussing. I think there's potentially some cost savings in the emergency services that'll help offset that cost. But that will be something that gets brought forward in January. We'll bring forward our base proposal, and then there'll be some business case options, and that'll be a business case option that council can choose to accept with our forecasted property tax implication.
Excellent. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, and then water and sewer are both roughly around inflation. Water, we're predicting a slight increase just as the water treatment plant slowly starts to get in. But that big operational jump will happen in 2027 likely. Any other question on expenses? Okay. This slide I thought was important. I think whenever we talk to the community, there's always questions about like where your taxes are actually going and what they're funding. So this is a net of each of the department and the service, the revenues and expenses that they net out to, and basically property taxes are filling in the blank. So when you have a question of how much we're, for example, how much property tax dollars are going to recreation, you can see in this slide. I think moving forward, I would like in 2027 to come back to council kind of the way the regional districts work, where it's service-based, so we can tell you exactly how much a service costs for what that level of service is. If you want to increase it or decrease it, what that would mean and what the implications are. I think that level of analysis would help council make decisions. I try to do that as best I can here, but until we properly allocate our costs, that'll be difficult to do. But I think this at least gets us a step in the right direction. And this is just a pretty little pie chart that shows roughly where your property tax are going as a percentage. Admin looks very significant. I think that's an important area as we move towards the service-based model of allocating that to services. So that way we know exactly how much rec or how much public works actually cost by allocating out the administrative services. Really looking towards like the cost center and how that gets allocated. This slide is the harbor slide. This is fully self-funded. As you can see, we're showing a healthy surplus. I think it's great. We're looking at getting the boat launch done this year. I know that has been a lot of people have been asking me about that one. So that'll be great to get done. And then with this surplus, I think we need to also take a look at planning. We continue to have a surplus that gets put into our bank account, and I think we need to figure out what we're going to do with it. If there's long-term projects. So I think that would be a good thing to get some community engagement about what we want to do with the harbor. I think that's a very interesting thing to look down the road at, because we are very fortunate to have the harbor and the boat launch, and coming up with a plan for that, I think, would be a great community tool. Like I said, next steps, I think the January meeting will be much more in depth, provide a lot more analysis, provide the business cases, provide the new options and what the property tax implications are, and really get into the detail a bit more. I just wanted to get this in front of council so you could see and have an idea of when we get to January what we're going to be looking at. I think the important thing is right now we're targeting a 5% tax increase global. We don't know what that will mean until we get the BC assessment numbers and how that gets broken out between the classes. We'll likely give you a number that is less than that with business cases, and then where we end up will be as a result of your guys' decisions. That's it for me.
Great. Thanks, Mr. Cadman. Any questions? Maybe stop sharing your screen and we can see Councillor Anderson.
Mayor, if I just could, just before you start answering some questions, so thank Mr. Cadman for doing this. Similar to what he did with your capital plan, was give you a snapshot of where we're at and where we're kind of heading. And so this is to give you for the new year, again, another snapshot of where we're heading, so there's no surprises coming into the new year. But again, if we're going on a direction council would like us to change, this is not a bad time to give us some direction. But again, as Mr. Cadman said, you'll have a lot of time in January to make some adjustments.
I think seeing the presentation in January will really be kind of that telling moment. Yeah. No questions? Councillor Anderson, were you muted?
I was muted. Yeah. I'm not. It's really high level, and I know there's been great work here, and I know we're going into construction phase. There's a lot going on. We get emails probably daily with suggestions for everything from pools to climbing walls, and I know it's a tough time, but I have had a number of people from the community, especially with businesses, say that it's been really tough. They've had some incredible tax increases, and I see all these great things that we're doing, and I'm probably the first one to push for some new things too. But I guess I just implore you, Mr. Cadman, to pinch where you can, because I think it's been a tough year, and I don't know. I think, Mr. Harding, you and I had a quick conversation about this, and I don't know if there's a possibility of being able to help with some of the mill rates on the commercial side versus the residential side. But I know it's been really tough on some businesses, and they've come and said they're kind of hitting the wall right now. So just something to keep in mind before January. Yeah.
Any other comments, questions? Nope. Councillor Noel?
You got January to talk about.
Yeah, I think January will be very telling.
Great job, though.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, 11.1. At the November 18th, 2025 regular council meeting, I gave notice of my intent to bring forward a motion for council's consideration today, so council will now consider this motion. I will move that council direct staff to ensure that clause 404.2 brackets 4 in the District of Ucluelet zoning bylaw number 1160/2013 that bed and breakfasts must not be located in an accessory residential dwelling unit, in a secondary suite, or in the area of a single family dwelling which was formerly a secondary suite, be explicitly reviewed, analyzed, and considered for amendment as part of the ongoing comprehensive zoning bylaw review process.
I'll second that.
Councillor Anderson seconds. Discussion.
I have a quick question. I was heartened to see how open-ended the wording is, but I guess I'm just wondering what the conclusion, who is going to conclude what after explicit review, analysis, and consideration? Are we looking for district staff to come back to us and say, hey, this is our suggestion? Am I reading that correctly?
Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to Council. Staff would treat this as really incorporating these questions into the work plan, and I think it can very easily be incorporated into the work plan that Ms. Henderson presented around exploring options sort of comprehensively and in the context of the greater community around short-term rentals, have that conversation with the community, have it with Council, and ultimately get direction from the community to present options.
We dealt with bylaw 1387 earlier tonight, which gave property owners some options, which I'm all about options. And this is another area that I feel a couple of people are being penalized because they have had permanent full-time tenants for years, which they don't have anymore, but now because those units were occupied by a full-time tenant, the bylaw 1160/2013 says they can never have a short-term rental in there. And I think, number one, it's impossible to do the research on that because you don't need a business license to have a full-time tenant. So there's no way to kind of dig into whether somebody did or did not have a full-time tenant in there. And people's situations change. And I know a couple of people that are on temporary use permits because they had full-time tenants, which they no longer have, but they are not allowed to have a short-term rental, which is what some of these families need just to make ends meet. So that's why I brought this one forward. Any questions?
I'd support the discussion, and I think it would be interesting to get feedback. I guess one of the questions that just comes up in my own mind is, how do we reconcile potentially deciding that we are okay with some long-term rental spaces being turned into short-term rental spaces with our adoption or pending adoption of a bylaw that we discussed tonight to secure long-term rental spaces as long-term rental spaces. Like we can't be on both sides of the fence. So I think that there's room for discussion, but I guess it seems a little bit self-contradictory at the community level to say we're okay with something happening that we also want to make sure never happens.
I'd echo Councillor Mafty there. I think that, earlier on in, it feels like 6 hours ago, that we were discussing this about giving owners options. And it does seem to be a little bit, contradict a little bit. But again, all you're asking for, my understanding, is that when we go out to do our comprehensive bylaw process, you wanted to have this option presented to the community if this is something that they're looking for. Is that correct?
Yes. I know several families that this has impacted very negatively. And so I'd like to give property owners more options. So this is one way of doing that.
This was can I jump in real quick?
Sure.
This was a really tough one, and again, the heart's in the right place on this, but I think it just misses the mark, and I think it's like at the time there was people in the planning department that I think this kind of represented some overreach and their openness or their desire for interpretation to go in the direction that they wanted to go with this, and sort of have that we'll make the decision when and how we want. But the difficult part with this one for me anyway was I ended up calling the STRA or the short-term rental act people with the landlord tenancy agency, and ended up having a conversation with them. I brought this up with them, and this is actually we're as far as they understood it, we're not allowed to do this because it's open-ended, and it's actually outside of our as far as they understood it, they said this was out of our jurisdiction essentially. Because what you're doing here, you're not actually saying when and how this happens. So you could literally have a house that changes hands and then come back through bylaw and say, hey, this was a long-term rental at some point. This has to stay a long-term rental. The wording is very open on this one. And this again is the purview of the landlord residential tenancy branch. And this, for us to be kind of jumping in this one and telling someone what they can do and can't do with their basement is, I think it's not correct for us to be doing this. And I agree, if someone wants to have a long-term rental in their basement, that's great. If they want to have a short-term rental, but to put that on and say openly that if this was ever a long-term rental, it has to stay a long-term rental. Again, all you're doing is removing flexibility. I like the options, or I like the option of giving options, the win-win, where we let people, figure out what they want to do with their property. But I think there was a time when we had a planning department that just really liked to put restrictions on and just make it harder and harder. And again, I'm always of the belief that if you're hungry, you can do two different things. You can, go and look at like restricting everyone's food, or you can go out and buy more food. So I said, let's try and increase our long-term rental stock and tell people what they can do with their own homes. That's it for me.
Thanks, Councillor Anderson. So it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? None opposed, that carries. Thank you for your support. At the November 18th, 2025 regular council meeting, Councillor Anderson gave notice of his intent to bring forward a motion for council's consideration today. Council will now consider this motion. Do you have that in front of you, Councillor Anderson?
I do.
Okay, would you like to read it?
Yep. I will move that staff be directed to prepare a report reviewing the District of Ucluelet tsunami risk tolerance interim policy with the goal of transitioning to a permanent flooding bylaw, incorporating a review of best practices from other jurisdictions, providing clarification of provincial requirements, confirmation of complete and up-to-date mapping data, and an analysis to ensure council and the community understand the risk options.
Thank you. I'll second that. Discussion.
I love it. I think it's great. I think it's good. It's timely. And I'm looking forward to see what this spits out.
I think this came about partially because we had conflicting information. Is that right, Councillor Anderson? It's there was a lot of it had to do with Monado Bay, and there was conflicting information on what the risk tolerance was and what council was willing to take on as risk tolerance.
Exactly, and this one was a real. This goes back to the time of our previous CAO and director of planning with the flood assurance statements type of thing, and it really seemed to be ambiguous, I guess I want to say, as to what the numbers were, and then in the end, with Monado, it ended up being a fairly high number, and the 9.6 was high, and then it became 10.7. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Brown, but I don't think we can really find a spot or the rhyme or reason why it became that number. And when you're talking about millions of dollars, right? Or, at least like in the hundreds of thousands to bring the pinning up to that level. So I'm obviously all for safety. I think that it's incredibly important. But when we look at an area of Tofino that's at 4.5 meters, and I'm not saying all of Tofino, but if we have a similar spot that looks like it's 4.5, and we're telling someone it's 10.7, we definitely have to be able to back that up with data and best practices. So I think it just makes sense, rather than just willy-nilly give someone a number off the cuff and not be able to back it up. I think that opens us up for litigation, and I think this is probably the prudent way to go, I think.
I think that was a question, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to council. Undoubtedly, it's a very complex topic and a very prudent one. So, regardless of specific developments, obviously that's where the rubber hits the road. Having council understand and having the staffing body really understand, and the community, especially the development community, understand how numbers are derived at, and providing clarity in that, I think would be a very fruitful exercise in of itself. And then ultimately moving towards a flooding bylaw and incorporating that tsunami risk is the approach that most people would recommend for addressing these, and fully acknowledging that the policy was meant to be interim and move towards a proper regulatory regime which had clarity. So I view this motion as very timely and sort of a two-step process. First is getting clarity for both council and the greater community on how that initial policy was developed, and then taking an eye to the future and how that might be translated into a final bylaw with incorporating whatever the risk tolerance of the community is.
Great, thank you for that explanation. That sounds good. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? None opposed, that carries. Thanks, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you guys.
Are there any notices of motion? Seeing none, there are two correspondence items on the agenda. The first piece of correspondence is titled Association of Vancouver Island and Coastal Communities, AVICC, regarding the 2026 AVICC AGM and Convention, resolutions, nominations, sessions, and students. This is really just for information. I'm sure none of us have a resolution that they're prepared to put forward at this time. And normally we do all our conferences together. I'm assuming this might be something that happens in January as a staff report, listing the 4 conferences, the associated costs, and which of us want to attend which conferences. So that would be a staff report in January, I would assume, Mr. Harding? Yeah. So there is no need to say who wants to attend AVICC at this point.
Through the mayor, that can all be done in January if that's council's wish. We can definitely bring back a report.
I think just seeing the 4 conferences and what the costs are and then who wants to attend which ones. It's nice to do it all at once.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. The next piece of correspondence on the agenda is titled Eric Larson regarding street names. Does anybody want to invite Mr. Larson to join a committee or come and be a delegation or in any capacity? He's got a lot of experience, obviously, from being on council for a very long time. Or are we happy with the name, the sign naming bylaw that we went through last session?
I thought the bylaw was good. I think I'd certainly welcome Mr. Larson or anyone else to provide input, especially if they have a particular reason why they think one name or another would be appropriate. But I think the bylaw was pretty comprehensive. I think we're past the point of soliciting public input on potential names, right? Was my impression reading it.
Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to Council. The draft policy will be referred shortly per Council direction to UFN. Then when it comes back, it'll obviously come back with their comment and present it to Council for final adoption. But the policy does provide mechanisms for members of the community to provide input on names. It doesn't contemplate establishing a standing committee or anything like that. Obviously, if that is Council's prerogative, it could be incorporated. But at this time, I think the process would be for names to be presented through development or through the community, and it would come forward before Council as a bylaw, as it does currently. And as it would be on the agenda, there would be a lot of opportunity for community to provide input if they felt one way or another about a particular street name.
Okay, well, we'll leave it at that then, shall we? Okay, on to Mayor's announcements and Council Committee reports. Just wanted to mention that the Community Holiday Lunch is this Thursday, 11:30 to 1:30 here in the main hall. Admission is free, but donations are welcome. And thank you to the West Coast Community Resources Society for setting that all up. And I believe the sale pass has been changed from Wednesday night to Thursday night, was the last I heard, at 7 o'clock. So just make a note of that. And Councillor Anderson, what have you been up to? I think you're on mute.
Oh, there we go. I'm off here. I'll try and be brief on this one, and I'll stick to a couple of things. We've done a few things, but I'm not going to say everything here. But you and I, being the economic development dynamic duo that we are, met with New Leaf Farms last what was that on November the 25th. New Leaf Farms is a really interesting venture. We had met them at the Vancouver Economic Alliance and the Vancouver Island Economic Alliance, and meeting with Kylie from New Leaf Farms is pretty interesting. They have a business model where they can come. Their idea is food security and food sovereignty. So they help set up greenhouses and basically just indoor farms, but the ownership is through whatever nonprofit or the municipality. And then they have sensors and software to optimize the growth of whatever the vegetable or fruit is that you can do. So they're looking at potentially doing something with us in town here. They find grants. Probably 50% of what they do is in partnership with First Nations. It looks like a great idea. We're kind of a perfect spot to do it because we have been in a situation when we got cut off from produce. A lot of our produce comes from pretty far away, and we're kind of on that part of the map where if we can do it out here, it's a good it's a good model for other places. So we're going to follow up with those guys. But yeah, that was a really interesting meeting, and to find out that 80% or to 90% of the food that we get on Vancouver Island comes from the mainland, and of that, a large majority comes from quite far away. So to be able to have that food independence is great. So that's an idea that we could. And right now, I guess there's also someone in town, Nice Nurseries, Julie Nice, I believe, that she supplies microgreens to a bunch of the restaurants like Howlers and Pluvio. So it would be nice to be able to expand on that. What was it? We had hot chocolate on Friday at Midnight Madness. We did all that together. The other thing that I just wanted to bring up was the idea that I don't want to jump too much into it, but the mayor and I have met with the ACIT program, which is Accelerated Community Energy Transfers. They now have a team of 6 people working from UBC and UVic, graduate students and professors, to help us advance the wave energy and offshore wind, and having a Ucluelet offshore marine energy alternative energy center. So that ACIT program has about $82 million federally that they can use. It's based at Victoria. And we are now officially in the funding stream to be able to do a conversion of that DFO building. So that's a pretty big step, and it looks like we've got some traction on that one. So even though that wasn't a meeting in the last that was a couple of emails. I believe, Madam Mayor, you may have seen those from Gail Wachachka. And that's, to me, that's pretty exciting. So it looks like we're getting some good movement on that. So that's great economic diversity and development for the town. Yeah, I think that's about it for me. I know I'm leaving things out there, but someone else can fill those in. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Councillor Hoare.
I don't have much to report. I also was, out handing out hot chocolate at Midnight Madness, which is always fun. And a shout out to district staff. I believe it was Sam McCullough for organizing the Christmas party on Friday. And also a thank you to the fire department for an invitation to their event on Saturday. And really, I've just been going to parties.
It sounds like it. Okay, thank you. Councillor Mafty.
Midnight Madness, good times, great fun had by all, and looking forward to catching a little bit of the Redfish AGM festivities imminently.
When are they?
Now.
Oh, you're going from here to there? Oh, my goodness. Okay, thank you, Councillor Mafty. Councillor Noel.
Just a big shout out to the community. It was Stuff the Cruiser, affiliated with the food bank, and we had a record cruiser stuff. I don't know how Chris would word that, and also with cash donations. So we had a wonderful Saturday. On Friday night, the contractors had all got together, the building community. They did a little silent auction. We got $7,500 out of there. We recently got a check for $45,000 from Ucluelet. So a lot of the hardships that I came in screamed at you guys about a year ago, we've bills are starting to get paid. Things are kind of looking good for the organization, and that's directly because we're well supported by the community and a lot of groups here. So a big thank yous. As Mark had just mentioned, Redfish is wrapping up having their, we call it the AGP, Annual General Party, is happening tonight. So they're into that, well into that. So we'll be celebrating with them. And again, that's another great organization. And on December the 12th, there's a few of us. I think the mayor will be there. Will be the food bank's big event of the year is our Christmas hampers will be happening down at the rec hall. And I think
the 20th.
I think it's the 20th.
Okay, sorry.
Don't scare me.
I knew there was a 2. I knew there was a 2. Anyways, the December 20th. So, anyways, that's a big one, and that'll wrap up our food bank here. That's all I have to report.
Great, thank you, Councillor Noel. November 20th, I had a meeting with Mosaic. They wanted to meet in person with regard to plans that they have for Area C. So Veda Siga was there with me in person here at the community center, and Lavana and Kirsten were on Zoom. So it was interesting to see what some of their plans are for the real estate that Mosaic actually owns, particularly around the log sort at the very top end of the harbor. So it was a good meeting. There's going to be lots of public consultation. It was just nice to meet the players. November 23rd, I went to the Pacific Rim Art Society AGM at the Army Navy. It was from 3 to 5 that afternoon. They elected their new board, and I won the Grand Door Prize, which was a Mark Penny painting, which I never win anything, so that was pretty exciting. I need to buy a lottery ticket. November 25th, as Councillor Anderson said, we met with Kylie at New Leaf regarding vertical farming. Really lots of interesting options there, I think, for us to explore. Later that day was a committee of the whole meeting here, which had to do with WildSafe and the District of Ucluelet alcohol policy. And we discussed some of those WildSafe motions just a little bit ago. Also that evening was the Harbour Authority meeting, and followed by the Pacific Rim Whale Festival annual general meeting. On the 26th, I went at noon for a photo op at the new Japanese Pavilion site, which is just at Fraser Lane, where the contaminated gas station thing is upland, but the Japanese Pavilion is going to be down the slope on the water. And the Historical Society was there for that photo op as well, so that will probably be in the Westerly News. It was to break ground, basically. And 1:30 that day was an ACRD board meeting. Nothing too much to report on the West Coast. On the 28th, helped serve hot chocolate at the Village Green, and it was a really great midnight madness. The weather cooperated. It did take me an hour to feel my toes after standing for an hour serving hot chocolate, but the feeling did come back, so that's all good. And December 2nd, I went to the Ucluelet Chamber of Commerce mixer at the brewery for a little... and it was not, there was like 40 people or something, but it was a nice turnout and pretty casual. December 3rd at 10 o'clock in the morning was a West Coast committee meeting, and that was such a good meeting. I actually brought agenda packages for each of you.
Thank you.
Because a couple of things to do with West Coast Transit. If you go to page 14, West Coast Transit has won a CUTA award, which is the Canadian Urban Transit Association award in the category of equity, diversity, and inclusion. So this is for the Alberni Clayoquot Regional District. When BC Transit pulled out on us in 2022, the ACRD decided that we would implement our own transit system until BC Transit came back to the table. And so with Watt Consulting and another bus company, that got put together, and it wasn't perfect, but at least we had a transit system up until BC Transit came back to the table last April of last year. So this award was regarding cultural representation and inclusivity. A key component of this initiative was the integration of Nuu-chel-Nuth language on all bus stop signage within the service area, a first for BC Transit. Staff from ACRD and BC Transit worked closely with Tloquet First Nation and Ucluelet to confirm accurate translations and respectful representation of the language. This work represents a commitment to reconciliation and cultural visibility, ensuring that public transit infrastructure honors the heritage and identity of local First Nation communities. So the ACRD did not have the funds to send Eddie Kunderman to Montreal to actually accept the award, but the award will make its way back here, and the ACRD will do a press release, and hopefully Samantha can help sort of push that out, because it's a really good news story. And then as far as West Coast Transit updates go, there was a late night bus service in both directions that was cut back in October. thanks to a letter that came from my office, and thank you, Ms. Fortune, for helping to craft that letter, that those 2 late buses will be reinstated right after New Year's, and they will not be taken away anymore. It's not, as I pointed out, our residents are not seasonal. They're permanent residents. And so the bus service is more for residents than it is for tourists, and so those 2 late bus services will be reinstated. And the ACRD also got funding up to a maximum of $762,000 for bus shelters. And so this project will begin early next year with a completion date of September 30th. And so that will provide bus shelters because we do get rain here every once in a while. And there will be some opportunity to discuss with Pacific Rim Art Society and other entities to possibly include some artwork on the bus shelters. So that's kind of an exciting project as well. So it was a really great West Coast Committee meeting. On December 4th in the morning, every Thursday, first Thursday of every month, is the Resort Community Collaborative Mayors Meeting. So that's on Teams. So that's when the 14 resort municipality mayors all get together. And of course, most of the other resort communities are ski resorts. So they're all really hyped over the snow and or lack thereof. And their season, their high season is just kicking off right now. And on the 5th was the District of Ucluelet Christmas party at the brewery. Thanks to Sam McCullough again for setting that up. On the 6th, I did go to Stuff the Cruiser to help stuff the cruiser. And later that evening was the fire department Christmas party at Blackrock. So yeah, lots on the go. Okay, we're now moving on to question period. This is an opportunity for the public to ask questions and comment on matters within Council's jurisdiction. Representations about bylaws that Council is prohibited from holding a public hearing on, or bylaws that were subject to a public hearing, are not permitted at this time. There are no audience members. Are there any members of the public attending by Zoom or telephone?
No, Mayor McEwen.
And have we received any emails during the meeting to community input?
We have not.
Have not. All right, then I will move that the December 9th, 2025 regular council meeting be adjourned at 8:52.
Outstanding.
Bye, Councillor Anderson. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Sean.
Yeah. Oh, he's gone.